Hello, this video is made possible thanks to your support, and it begins with our main character subjugating an entire school. He stood in the courtyard while his students worshipped him from the side. His name was Nin Fan. Fan held a large baseball bat on his shoulder. He glanced disapprovingly at the frightened teacher. All the teachers at the school were at his feet. Fan quickly dealt with his rivals. Everyone who decided to provoke him was already in the hospital. The main character had had many problems in his life before. Late one rainy evening, he was attacked by armed fighters. Fan remembered how he had been beaten and tortured. He had also had bad times in his life before. The main character sat in the classroom at the teacher's desk and looked around in surprise. Fan looked around in surprise and couldn't understand where he was or what he was doing. The student with glasses looked at Fan with displeasure. The guy put his feet up on the table and said that the teacher was sleeping in class. Their class D was the worst in the academy. The students and pupils stopped trying. The main character sat and looked ahead with dissatisfaction. He didn't know what to say to the students. Fan realized that he was in Class D at the Shinsha Academy. He thought to himself that he had just been resurrected. The main character looked at his teacher's ID with surprise. He realized that his students were sitting at their desks. A student at the table opened her makeup bag. She said in a dissatisfied voice that the useless teacher was teaching in an empty classroom. She added that their class should be disbanded. Fan felt dissatisfied as the student's leftover makeup flew onto his face. He thought that all his students were wrong. Students from Class C entered the classroom. One of them kicked the door in discontent. A student entered the auditorium. He sternly demanded that Zhang Tianyan go and buy him cigarettes. The stranger grabbed the student by the shoulder and demanded that he give him some money. He promised to pay it back. The student put his hand on Zhang's head and said that he could ask him for anything in advance. The main character remained silent. He looked at the students from the neighboring class and said nothing to them. One of the guys in the audience laughed loudly. At that moment, the girl turned around and looked out the window. The student with glasses turned around and told his friend that the teacher did nothing when his student was being bullied. His friend replied that getting into this class was a complete failure. The main character reached his hand to his face and his magical vision began to activate. Fan saw photos of the students in front of him. He thought that people in this world had begun to acquire special talents. In order to better control and manipulate people with special abilities, the state created an academy. It specializes in training such gifted people. The teachers at the academy are responsible for awakening their powers. Nin Fan was a relative of one of the 6 directors of the academy, Shinsha. The guy was engaged to the school beauty. A fire broke out at Fan's house. After that, he was the only survivor in his family. After this terrible tragedy in his family, the main character began to drink heavily. The director reached out to the guy and sternly told him that he would teach the worst class, Class D. His marriage agreement would be terminated. She, the main character named Siyu Shui, decided to leave him. Fan then left that place. Fan thought to himself that the original owner of his body was a loser. The main character couldn't bear what the former owner of his body had gone through. After that, he decided to help him get revenge. Fan looked closely at the group of students near the table. The student approached Zhang angrily and said that he was just trash in Class D. The main character turned around and angrily told the stranger that he had to report when he entered the classroom. Fan ran up to the frightened student from the side and swung his arm to strike. The frightened student flew far to the side after being hit by the main character. Fan stood there with his hand in front of him. He yelled at the flying student to get lost. The student stood to the side and watched in amazement as the main character knocked the guy out of the classroom. The crazy teacher's system was activated. The unlocking process began. The main character saw a message that the crazy teacher's system had been unlocked. Fan said to himself in bewilderment that this could all be a gift for his resurrection. The surprised Fan stood inside the system. He received a gift in the form of the eye of a famous professor. The system informed the owner that with the help of the new eye, he could see everything and find the pros and cons. If the owner wanted to continue unlocking new skills, he needed to earn trust points. Fan was very surprised when he heard about trust points. The main character looked around carefully and saw that he had received 1 trust point each from students Li Shi and Zhang. Fan was surprised at first, but then he was happy that he could earn trust points if he hit someone. Fan looked closely at the class register. He thought that student Zhang used to be in Class S, but for some reason his awakening percentage had dropped significantly. Zhang apologized to the teacher in a guilty voice for what had happened earlier. Fan replied that it was no big deal. The main character looked closely at the dissatisfied student. He thought to himself that until this happened, there would be even more trouble ahead. Zhang bowed to the teacher and explained that it was all his fault. Fan told the young man not to be afraid. He said he would take care of everything. Fan reached his hand toward his face, and at that moment his magical vision was activated. The main character saw detailed information about the student Zhang Yan. This guy had injured his right hand, which weakened his strength. Fan looked at the student and thought with dissatisfaction that this guy had entered a psychic stage after his injury. The main character looked slyly at the student and said that he had problems because of his right hand. Zhang shouted to the teacher in a frightened voice that he had never mentioned that he had injured his right arm. Fang replied to the guy that he would not be a teacher if he had not seen it. Teacher Zunshun rushed into the room. He angrily asked the main character why he had hit his student. The main character clamped his ears in dissatisfaction. He shouted at Jun that he was interfering with his teaching. The teacher and the student approached the main character. He asked him angrily if he really wanted to continue teaching after beating his precious student. Fan replied to the man that he would take him downstairs before finishing the lesson. Jun asked the main character discontentedly, "Does he really think he is the master of the Ning family?" He angrily demanded that Fan leave the Shinsha Academy. A student standing nearby told the girl that their teacher was in big trouble. The girl replied to her partner that they should wait and see. She decided that Fan should apologize. The main character replied to the man in a calm and formidable voice that he refused to apologize. Zhang and Xu looked at their teacher with surprise and joy. Their trust points increased. The strong man looked at the main character with great surprise, and his trust rating increased by 1 point. Jun told the main character in a stern voice that he couldn't be so arrogant. He explained that in this world, only strong people are respected. The main character hugged his student and told the teacher that Zhang was much stronger than his student. Therefore, they should not apologize. Jun laughed maliciously. He asked the main character if he really thought that Zhang was still the top student in Class S. Fang looked at the teacher maliciously and said that if he didn't believe him, they could have a duel. Shun glared at the main character and said that if he fought him, it would be the same as dying. Fang replied to the teacher that he could admit that he was just scared. The teacher got angry and pointed his finger at the main character. He suggested that they have a duel. Fan turned away and looked at the students Li and Shi. He asked them to clear the stage. The girl looked at the main character with displeasure and thought that he had shamefully allowed his student to fall into a trap. Zhang shouted to the main character in a frightened voice that he couldn't fight the teacher. Fan grabbed the student by the shoulders and promised to help him. The main character turned around and told the surprised student to take off his belt. The main character viciously reminded the frightened boy to take off his belt and not ask any questions. Zhang looked at his hand in surprise. Fan tied it to his body with a belt. Fan confidently told the student that he only needed one hand to defeat opponents of this level. Shun asked the protagonist maliciously, "Are you afraid that you won't be ruthless enough to the student?" Fan put his hand on the guy's back and explained that he wouldn't have any time without his right hand. Zhang asked the teacher in a frightened voice, "Can he really do that?" The student ran and waved his hand as he ran. He shouted that the scumbags from Class D should disappear. The fighter stretched out his arm and ran at full speed to crush Zhang on the spot. Jun and the girl watched Zhang run with great attention and excitement. The main character was calm at this time. Zhang calmly put his hand out in front of him and was able to catch his opponent's hand. Zhang suddenly felt a surge of strength in his body. He shouted viciously at the student that he used to have a different fist. The student threw his frightened opponent aside. He shouted that his fist had been weak before. Fan stood to the side and watched his student happily. He shouted for him to defeat his opponent. The beaten student lay unconscious on the floor of the classroom between the desks. With great surprise, he said that the guy had actually knocked out a student from Class C. The girl couldn't understand why Zhang's strength had increased after he tied his right hand. The student thought to herself in surprise that the main character's methods really worked. Jin was very surprised that his student had lost. He shouted in a frightened voice, "That's impossible!" The main character angrily told the teacher to leave the classroom. He had other classes to attend. Hyung pointed sternly to the side. He demanded that the students take the beaten boy out of there. 2 students came up from behind and picked up the beaten boy to carry him away. Hyung stood up and angrily shouted at the main character that he could just wait. Shi, Li, and the female student stood silently watching the teacher leave. The students around them clapped their hands and shouted to the main character that they had indeed defeated Class C. Fan was very surprised. He didn't understand why his students were so happy. The students' trust in him had increased. Zhang looked at the teacher gratefully and thanked him for his guidance. The main character put his hands on the student's shoulders and said that he would thank him after he healed his arm. After that, the guy's strength would increase even more. Zhang smiled at the main character and thanked him for his help. Shi and Li smiled and began to ask the main character to help them heal. A female student approached them and angrily told the surprised guys to be quiet. The girl asked the main character discontentedly if he could compare himself to Zhang. Fan looked ahead and felt that the student wanted him to instruct her. The main character calmly explained to his partner that he taught with a unique approach and could cure all illnesses. The student asked the teacher discontentedly, "Can he really do that?" The main character looked at the girl with surprise with his special eye. He told her with a smile that he would instruct her. The fan looked at the student with a sly smile and demanded that she not move. The main character carefully examined the girl's body. She had the ability to summon power. Most of her spiritual power was in her hair. The main character was surprised when he realized that most of the girl's spiritual power was contained in her hair. The student looked at the teacher with dissatisfaction. Fan calmly told the girl that he could identify her problem. Her partner asked the sky in a dissatisfied tone, "What is her problem?" Fan explained to the girl that he would tell her about the problem when they were in the training hall. The girl closed her eyes in dissatisfaction and shouted that it was all fine. Fan ran to the exit and waved his hand. He shouted to the students to come and see the phenomenon. The main character stood with two students near the entrance to the training hall. Fan looked happily at the entrance to the hall and said that he was very lucky that no one was there yet. Two teachers appeared from the side. They shouted at the students to stop. The teacher with glasses and light hair wanted to tell the students about the training hall. The man with glasses looked at the guy and the girl and explained to them that they would be using this hall. The main character and his students were in the school building near the training hall. The novice teacher of Class C looked at the students next to him with dissatisfaction. The main character told the teachers in a dissatisfied voice that there was always a queue here and they had to follow it. Sai said to the students in a dissatisfied voice that they had come here for the first time and could not even use summoning spells. They had no right to use the training hall. The students stood and looked at her hands in surprise. There was a magical bird near her. C looked at his colleague from Yan with dissatisfaction and demanded that he show Mr. Ning his true power. Yang happily ran forward. He shouted to the teacher that he would do just that. The man happily stretched out his arms and activated the spell. After Yang's magical attack, several flying stone monsters appeared in front of him. The student was very surprised. She realized that Yang could actually use the basic summoning spell on two-chamber golems. She said in a depressed voice that he remembered how the girl had summoned a pile of stones for the first time. Lee replied to his friend that the best moment for his older sister was when she summoned pathetic golems. The student glared at the boys and shouted loudly for them to be quiet. The teacher stood there. Several stones flew above his hands. He told the main character that it was his student's turn. The main character turned around and told the girl that she could use her hair as a conduit for power. C laughed. He told the guy in a loud voice that only blood could be a conduit for power. Yang smiled and replied to the teacher that it was normal for Mr. Ning to do such things. The main character turned to the girl and demanded that she do as he said. The student closed her eyes and concentrated. She activated her magical abilities. The girl fearfully stretched out her arms in front of her, and then there was a loud explosion. C was very surprised. He saw a huge pile of stones in front of him inside the hall. Two demonic stone golems stood there glaring at each other. The student was surprised. She couldn't believe she had been able to summon such a huge golem. Shuri put his hand on his surprised friend's shoulder. Lee asked him discontentedly what he was doing. Zhang looked happily at the golem and clapped his hands. Standing next to him was a short student wearing glasses. The girl with glasses silently looked at the stone golem and said nothing. C looked at the perfect stone golems in surprise. He couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. Fan looked ahead happily and said that Mr. C couldn't believe his eyes. Next to him stood a surprised girl. The main character demanded that the students let the teachers try it for themselves. The student looked closely at the guy and replied in a sly voice that she understood him. The girl happily stretched out her fingers in front of her and activated her magic skill. Huge magical stone monsters began to stride forward menacingly. Two small golems stood in fear and watched the stone monsters approaching them. Yang was very surprised and frightened when he saw that the stone monsters had crushed the little golems. Fan approached the teacher and said that he could try the mega kill on him a couple more times. C was very puzzled. He did not expect that hair could actually increase the awakening rate. The student stood behind him and silently watched the man. She didn't know how he could have known about this. The student turned away in dissatisfaction and said that it was all very boring. Fan smiled and asked Tin if she would listen to him now. Sai said with surprise to the main character that he could help the girl improve. Fan couldn't even use the basic summoning spell at the moment. Fan looked at the teacher in surprise and asked if he could use that spell. C maliciously told the main character that he would show him right now. He took out a small blade and brought it to his hand. The teacher swung his knife sharply and carefully cut his finger. Blood appeared. The main character stood next to the girl. They saw a loud explosion in the hall in front of them. A huge group of stone monsters appeared in the room. C shouted joyfully that with a basic summoning spell, he too could summon an army of golems. The man demanded that the girl Tin join their class. The main character asked the teacher discontentedly, "Is that all he can do?" Fan stretched out his hand and shouted at the man that he had kept him waiting for nothing. A huge stone monster appeared above him. Tin and the other students stood nearby and looked at the main character in surprise. C was very surprised and frightened. He couldn't believe that Fan could summon such huge stone monsters. The main character pointed his finger sternly and demanded that the teacher clean up the broken tiles. Teacher C was very frightened. He shouted loudly. His cry echoed throughout the school. The main character sat calmly on top of the destroyed little golem's head. Teacher Chi shouted at the main character from the doorway that he would get what was coming to him. Fan thought to himself that the teacher's phrase sounded familiar. Two students ran up from the side. They raised their hands and shouted at the teacher to accept their respectful homage. The two guys fell to their knees in front of the teacher and bowed. Their trust points increased. The system informed the owner that he had earned a point. He received a new skill called Worshipping the Master. The system told the master that if he used the skill on someone, that person would definitely perform the action. Fan thought to himself in surprise that such a power might indeed exist. Tin approached the students and said in a dissatisfied voice that they could do better. The main character looked slyly at the student and decided to use his new skill on her. Fan stretched out his hand, and a golden glow appeared near him. He used a skill called Worship the Master on the girl. Tin shouted in a dissatisfied voice to the students that they could continue bowing. She herself wanted to leave. The student suddenly felt that she couldn't move away. It was as if some force was holding her back. Fan sat slyly on top of a rock and looked intently at the girl. Tin unexpectedly fell to her knees and bowed to the main character. She was very surprised. Li and Shi turned in surprise to look at the bowing girl. Tin did not understand what was happening to her. Fan was very surprised that the student had bowed to him. He thought that the probability of her bowing was 100%. Zhang approached and told the students that they no longer needed to bow. Their teacher was not such a vulgar person. The system informed the main character that he had activated worship of Zhang Tian. The student suddenly felt that he could no longer stand on his feet. He fell to the ground. Zhang felt in his body that he could no longer stand and fell to his knees. Zhang, along with the other students, fell into a deep bow before the teacher. Shi and Li were very surprised when they saw the student bowing. The guy shouted that he couldn't even open his eyes. The main character looked with surprise at the lonely student wearing glasses. He decided that she must be very lonely right now. The girl looked very intently at the teacher through her glasses. She studied him with her gaze. The student fell backward onto the ground. She decided that she would not bow to the teacher if she lay down like that. Fan reached out his hand and activated the bowing skill against student Gu Xiuwei. Suddenly, Shu rose above the ground on her own. The students on the side looked at her in surprise. The boys were surprised. One student shouted that the girl had laid down in advance to make it harder for her to bow. Fan smiled and told the students that there was no need for that. When the students were next to him, they could relax. He was not going to deceive them. Inside classroom C, the dissatisfied teacher slammed his hand on the table with all his might. Jun shouted in a malicious and dissatisfied voice that he wanted to finish off the main character. The door to the classroom suddenly opened, and C peered in very carefully. C thought happily to himself that the man Jun had also been dealt with by the main character. Teacher Chi suggested in a malicious voice that Shun join forces with him against Fan. Shun looked ahead. He shouted in a malicious voice that Fan was very arrogant. C shouted at his colleague in a malicious voice that Fan remained very arrogant, even though he was the teacher of Class D. Jun jumped to his feet near the table. He asked his colleague in a dissatisfied voice how he could put up with this madness. C replied to the man that he must take revenge for this feud. After a short pause, Chi said that the guy had managed to regain some of his strength. Therefore, it would not be easy to humiliate him. Jun confidently shouted to the teacher that it would not be easy for the boy to fully recover. The teachers continued to sit in the office and discuss something heatedly among themselves. A girl appeared near the door. The students stood near the door and listened carefully. The teacher shouted to his colleague that they had to do it. The girl listened to the teacher's conversation through the door. At that moment, she remembered the main character. Fan walked in the evening. He told himself that the teacher's system was very powerful. It could change the strength of the students in a day. Shun glared at the main character and said that he had finally arrived. C looked at the guy with dissatisfaction and said that they had been waiting for him. Fan asked the teachers in a sly voice, "Were you really waiting for him to invite him to dinner?" Jun shouted at the guy in a dissatisfied voice that no one was going to invite him at this hour. Jun rubbed his hands together maliciously. He told the guy that they wanted to invite him to eat something. C clenched his fist. He threatened the guy that they were going to feed him with their fists. Fan looked at the teachers with dissatisfaction and asked again, "Do they really want to fight him here?" Jun pointed his angry hand at the guy and demanded that he leave the school himself and not force them to fight. C explained to the guy in a reasonable voice that he shouldn't blame them for being cruel later. He could only blame himself for misunderstanding. The leader raised his hand. He wanted to ask his partners one last question. The boy slyly asked the teachers, "Have you really decided to take him on together?" The clothes on Xiong's body suddenly tore apart. He shouted at the guy not to be arrogant. Xiong turned into a huge monster. C grabbed the mutant by the leash and shouted at the guy that he would experience the power of his call. The main character looked thoughtfully ahead. He decided to use his skill of worshipping the master against the teachers. The teachers angrily shouted at the guy that he was about to die. At that moment, Fan activated his skill against Xiong and Qi. The main character looked on in surprise as both teachers bowed before him. Fan looked down at his feet. He saw the monster kneeling in front of him next to the teachers. Jun and Qi were very angry. They couldn't get to their feet. At that moment, the door to the office opened and a student peeked in. She decided that she couldn't leave the guy alone. The girl was surprised to see the teachers kneeling in front of Fan. The student said to herself in a dissatisfied voice that she had thought too much. The main character looked at the teachers with displeasure and asked angrily if they were going to continue. Xiong looked at the main character angrily and threatened to kill him. The teachers looked at the guy angrily and threatened that they would destroy him right now. The main character looked at his rivals angrily and said that he liked their attitude. He clenched his fist with all his might. He shouted at the teacher to summon his army of stone golems. With burning eyes and an angry voice, Jun asked the main character if his golems could defeat his stone monsters. The main character laughed maliciously. He told his rivals that he had no intention of using this initial summoning skill. Fan glared at the teachers and said that he would use his most artificial tactics against them. The main character suddenly shone very brightly. Jun covered his eyes with his hand in surprise. The man pulled his hand away in surprise and looked closely at the glowing boy. The main character angrily stretched out his hand and told the man that his dominant summon was approaching. Fan said in a cunning voice that his dominant did not need any conductors of power. A monster appeared next to the main character. He was wearing a dark suit and had a scythe. He looked like death. Sai was frightened. He felt a strange and tense feeling in his body. The main character raised his hand. He glanced slyly at the teachers and said that they needed to start now. The monster rose viciously on its hind legs and growled menacingly. "Get ready to pounce on the fighter in the death costume." Death swung his scythe wide and threw the predator far back with a powerful blow. Shun was very surprised. He looked fearfully ahead at the flying mutant. The main character put his hand out in front of him and shouted viciously at his teacher that the enemy was standing right in front of him. Fan stretched out his hand and attacked Xiong with a bright yellow beam. The man received a very strong blow. He was wounded and could no longer resist. The main character looked at the teacher angrily and shouted that he was his rival. The main character came to the university building on a clear day to meet with the students. He told his friends in a very cheerful voice that teachers Jun and C had been injured and were now in the hospital. The men couldn't even see what the criminal looked like. Fan entered the classroom and greeted the students in a very tired voice. The two boys happily raised their hands and greeted the teacher together. Student Zhang looked happily at the main character and greeted him. Ting sat at her desk, unhappy. She didn't like morning greetings. Qiu sat at her desk and remained silent. She looked at the main character with dissatisfaction. Fan looked carefully at the class register. He told the students that they would take attendance before starting the lesson. The teacher began to call out the students' names loudly, and they responded from their seats. Fan asked the student if Chu Feng had not arrived yet. Zhang explained to the teacher that Chu had not been in class for a whole month, and he did not know the exact reason for his absence. The main character looked at the students. He asked them which of them he could help improve their skills today. The girl raised her hand fearfully and told the teacher that he could help her. The main character asked the student with great interest, "Do you really want to start?" Zhu said to the teacher in a frightened voice that she was not feeling well and needed to go to the infirmary. Fan calmly told the girl that she could leave if she wanted to. The main character turned to the side and looked closely at the students sitting there. She shouted to the teacher in a joyful voice that he wanted to continue. Li shouted happily that he wanted to become stronger. Fan headed for the door. He told the students that he was going out for a walk. They could continue on their own for now. Li and Sha both looked very unhappy as they watched the teacher leave. The main character went into the medical office. He decided to check on the student. Fan stood near the entrance to the office and watched the girl closely. Xu told the teacher from behind the screen that he could come in, and she took off her clothes. The main character was very surprised. He couldn't believe that all this could be normal. The patient behind the screen said impatiently for the teacher to hurry up. She might change her mind. Fan felt very excited. He didn't understand what the girl was talking about. The guy decided that he could use his master's eyes to look at Sue. The main character reached out and moved the screen aside. He decided to just take a quick look around. A doctor came in from the side. She asked the guy angrily what he was trying to do. The doctor, named Li Chaoqiao, was holding a huge syringe in her hands. She asked the guy what he wanted to do with the patient. The main character photographed the girl from all angles together with Chow. Fan ran around the student with a camera. Chow playfully told the girl that she had found another teacher, but she forgave him. Cow, with the camera in her hand, told the girl in a cheerful voice that she could now change back. The excited protagonist with the camera told the student that next time he would prepare a few more outfits for her. Shu changed into her normal clothes and came out from behind the curtain. She told the teacher that she was fine and could come back. Xiao turned around and told the main character that he could transfer the girl to her if he couldn't teach her. Shu had a very low awakening rate, therefore she was only suitable for learning healing. Fan asked the woman with great excitement, "Is he really unable to teach the student anything?" He told Xiao that he would now show her his abilities. The main character put his hand to his face. He activated the ability of the Master's Eye on the student Su. Fan carefully examined the girl's body. She was very quick at casting spells. She was also suitable for using high-level magic. The main character learned that Su was a spy for the Alliance of Special Abilities of the Divine Spirit. Fan remembered to himself that the chant of the Alliance of Special Abilities was the second command. Xiao looked at the main character with dissatisfaction and asked, "Did he really find nothing?" The main character shouted in a loud and surprised voice that Xu Wei was a mathematical genius. Xu was very surprised when she heard from the guy that she was a genius. Xiao pointed her finger at the girl in dissatisfaction and said that Ta couldn't even use the most basic healing magic. The woman explained with dissatisfaction that Xu was her worst student. Fan smiled and explained to his partner that the student was a genius at using destructive magic. Hayao shouted at the guy in a malicious voice that destructive magic was 10 times stronger than healing magic. The student would never be able to use destructive magic. The main character turned around and asked the girl with interest if she had used destructive magic. Zhou calmly replied to her partner that she had not used it. Fan patted the student on the head and said that she would now be a destruction mage. A dissatisfied woman ran up from the side. She shouted at the guy that he had no right to teach the girl. Su told the teacher in a frightened voice that she wanted to trust the main character. Qiao looked at the girl with displeasure and sternness. She called her by name. A student suddenly entered the classroom. She apologized to the teacher for interrupting her. Xiao looked at the student with displeasure and said that she should have already been cured thanks to healing magic. Fan was surprised to hear that healing magic could not cure a fever. The protagonist carefully assessed Zhang Qin's condition. Fang said in a sly voice for the woman to stop. Chao was unable to cure the young patient. Xiao turned around in dissatisfaction and asked the main character why he decided that she would not be able to cure the little patient. Fang spread his arms wide. He told the woman that the girl wasn't even sick. Qin was surprised to hear that the student was not sick. Shu looked at the main character with excitement. Xiao asked the young man in a dissatisfied voice why he had decided to tell her about the patient's illness. Fan looked sternly at the woman and said that there were some things she couldn't tell apart. The main character asked Qin if she had encountered the problem, and if she realized that her awakening rate had not increased. Fan happily reached out and grabbed a medical gown to put on. The main character carefully put on the white coat. He wanted to say what was causing Qin's fever. Fan began to put white gloves on his hands. He said that the girl's inner fire was awakening. The main character looked slyly at the woman and said that her healing methods had stopped Qin's awakening. Xiao and the students looked at the guy in surprise when they heard his words. The girl looked at the main character with excitement and timidly asked what she should do. Fan sat in a meditative pose on the big flower. He raised his hand in front of him and told the woman that he could fix it. Qin excitedly asked the teacher to help her. Fan replied to the student that it would be easy for him. The woman said to the main character with great interest that she wanted to see what he would do there. Fan looked slyly at the teacher and said he would give her a free lesson. He was standing next to a large box. The main character bought a bunch of different delicious foods from a large vending machine. Fan and the student sat happily and ate their food. Qiao said that it was very tasty. The woman turned away in dissatisfaction. She shouted that they were eating hot food. Fan told his partner to continue eating. Su said in a thoughtful voice that the main character would use this method to awaken the girl's fire magic. Qiao was surprised when she heard that hot food could awaken Qin. Qiao turned around in dissatisfaction and looked at the student. Qin ate her food fearfully. Suddenly, the girl awakened. A bright glow appeared around her body. Xiao was very frightened. She looked at the student and couldn't believe what was happening. Qin looked at her burning hands in fear. She realized that her power had increased. Fan told the girl in a dissatisfied voice that her awakening had only increased by 5%. Qin looked at her teacher with great joy and shouted that this would be enough for her. The girl turned and ran to the exit. She shouted to her teacher that she would use this method to increase her awakening faster. Xiao was very unpleasantly surprised. She did not understand how the girl was able to improve her powers so easily. The main character looked at the woman angrily and asked if she believed him now. Annoyed, Xiao shouted at the guy in a vicious voice that he was just lucky. The main character put his hand on the girl's shoulder. He said that students must believe in him. Fan looked at the student and told her that she had just seen what he was capable of. The main character turned around and told the student that she should follow him. He would open the door to a new world for her. Xiu looked at the main character with interest and said she agreed. Students were practicing in the training area in the large hall. They were learning various skills. Fan entered the room with his companion. The girl looked around with interest. A malicious student approached and asked discontentedly, "Could it be that Mr. Ning has come here?" The main character asked the girl with displeasure if she had heard a dog barking. The student became angry when he heard these words from the teacher. He glared at him maliciously. The guy told the main character that this place was used to train destruction mages. Outsiders were not welcome here. The main character put his hand on the girl's head and stroked her. Shu stared silently ahead. Fan turned around and asked the student if he was afraid that he would destroy this place. The guy laughed maliciously. He found the teacher's words very funny. The student said in a malicious voice that the girl Shui Wei couldn't even use basic healing magic. Now the student had gone for destructive magic. The guy said in a joyful voice that the student had followed in the footsteps of his crazy teacher. The main character maliciously told the students that they dare not insult his students. The two guys hugged each other in fear and said in a sly voice that they were very scared. Shu turned around and asked the teacher, "Can she really do it?" The main character looked at the student and told her in a confident voice to believe in him. Fan approached the student and began whispering something to her. She listened to him attentively. The teacher asked the girl if she had remembered everything. She replied to her partner that she understood everything. The student told the girl in a stern voice that she could come to him and not worry. The student said in a malicious voice that he did not believe in the girl's ability to use middle-class magic. The guy looked closely at the girl. He was very frightened and agitated. Xu closed her eyes and spread her arms to the sides. There was a magical glow around her. The student looked ahead with a malicious look. She prepared to activate her magic. The girl stretched her arms out in front of her and shouted menacingly. There was a bright glow around her. Bright lightning bolts flew from the student's hands. They hit the wall and there was a loud explosion. The student was very surprised. He couldn't believe that the girl could use such powerful magic. The student stood and stared in front of him in fear. He couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. The surprised guy couldn't understand how the girl could use third-level magic. Her personal awakening percentage was less than 10%. Fan glared at the students and asked, "Are they only looking at the awakening percentage?" The main character placed his hand on the girl's head and stroked her hair. He said that the value of his students was not determined by boring numbers. She folded her arms across her chest and looked at her teacher with admiration. The student angrily reached out to the main character and shouted that his students and he himself were worthless. Fan glared at his partner and said that he would be under his thumb. The student became very angry. He threatened the main character in a loud voice that he would beat him up. The guy angrily threatened the main character that he would fight him today, even if he was punished. Fan looked sternly at the student and said that he was very confident in himself. The main character looked at his rival angrily and shouted that he could try to beat him up. Xiu grabbed the teacher's clothes from the side. She told him that they needed to go back and not get themselves into trouble. The main character reached out and stroked the student's head. She looked at him silently. Xu looked away in dissatisfaction. He said that he had to fight back if someone hurt his student. The main character looked at the frightened girl and told her not to worry. Fan looked at his hand. He remembered that the teacher's crazy system helped others increase their strength. He himself had also recovered. The main character looked at the student and thought maliciously that this should be enough to fight him. Fan stretched out his hand and beckoned the angry student to him. The main character maliciously told the guy that he could start against him first. The student put his hands together and a blue lightning bolt appeared between them. He said viciously to the main character that he would regret his words. The student stretched out his hand and launched a magic blade at the main character. He used lightning magic and an electric attack. The fan turned around and stretched out his hand to the side. He said in a dissatisfied voice that he had expected the attack to be more powerful. A protective yellow dome appeared around the main character. The student was very unpleasantly surprised. Fan looked slyly to the side. He realized that he had overestimated his opponent and underestimated the system. His power did not end there. Bright yellow lightning bolts appeared around the guy's body. He shouted to his opponent that now it was his turn. The main character raised his hand high and a yellow lightning bolt descended on him from above. Fan raised his hand and shouted that he had activated an 8th-level lightning bolt. After a short pause, the main character activated a skill called Thunder's Wrath. The student was frightened and angry. He couldn't understand how this could be possible. The student was very excited. She called her teacher in a frightened voice. The main character stretched out his hand and shouted in a thunderous voice about the flash of lightning. The student was terrified. He turned around and looked at the main character in surprise. A huge yellow lightning bolt came down from above and struck the frightened boy. He screamed loudly. The main character stood silently to the side. He looked at the beaten student with interest. Fan looked ahead happily. He had regained most of his strength. From that moment on, he decided to use the system to upgrade himself. Fan turned around angrily and yelled at the students to get lost along with their friend. The frightened guys picked up the student and shouted that they understood everything. They headed away. Fan looked happily at the student and said that no one would bully her when he was around. Xu turned around and looked at the teacher with great excitement. She studied him carefully. Fan looked at the student with dissatisfaction and asked her sternly what was the matter. Xu jumped up to the main character and asked excitedly if she would be as strong as he was. Fan stretched out his hand in front of him and told the girl that his students must be stronger than he was. The main character stood and noticed with surprise that the girl had turned her back on him. Xu turned away and cried quietly. Her trust in her teacher increased. The main character approached the girl from behind. With tears in her eyes, Xu told the guy that this was the first time anyone had believed in her so much. Fan looked at the student happily and said he wanted to tell her something. The main character said to the girl in a cheerful voice that without her glasses, she looked cute. Xu was very happy to hear such a compliment from the guy. She laughed happily to herself. The girl threw her glasses on the floor. The teacher told her to stop crying and follow him. The students in Class D were sitting at their desks. They were unhappy that their teacher had not come. Xu came over and told his friends that their teacher was looking for Xu Wei. A student said in a dissatisfied voice that Xu was always frowning, and it annoyed him. She said slyly to his friend that they should always look at Ting when talking about appearance. Ting happily thought to herself that the boys next to her had good eyesight. The main character happily entered the classroom. He waved his arms and shouted that he was back. The students happily approached the teacher and congratulated him on his return. Xu stood silently and looked ahead. There were tears in her eyes. The students looked at the girl with great desire. They felt love. Suddenly, two guys turned around and looked at the unhappy girl behind them. The student raised her hand. She shouted at the guys in an angry voice that they wanted to die. Xu walked discontentedly across the classroom. She approached Zhang. The student greeted the girl in a cheerful voice. She modestly greeted him in return. The main character stood to the side and watched the interaction between the boy and the girl with great attention. A beaten student ran into the office. He complained to the principal that Fan had beaten him up. Director Shan sat at his desk. He thought that the main character had not been so arrogant before. The student maliciously continued to demand that the principal not let Fan get away with it. The man said to the student in an angry voice that he would not allow the main character to rise. Shan slammed his hand on the table with all his might. He threatened that Fan and his students would leave the Shinsha Academy. A group of students approached the academy building. They stood near the entrance. The students stood near the bulletin board. They read that the equipment at the educational institution would be used to its fullest extent. If there were fewer than 7 people in a class, those people would not be qualified. Ting, standing to the side, said excitedly to her friend that only their class did not meet the requirements of the Shinsha Academy. The main character approached the notice. He reached out to tear it off the wall. Fan looked closely at the torn notice. He said in a dissatisfied voice that it was only addressed to Class D. The main character said thoughtfully to the girl that there were 6 people in their class, not counting Chu Feng. Xu said to the teacher in an excited voice that they still needed 1 more person. The main character tore up the notice and threw the paper behind him. He was going to go to Feng's family. The students had to stay and study on their own. Lai was unhappy that they had to stay and study on their own again. Shi said in a dissatisfied voice that the teacher could leave after class. Feng turned around and told the students that they had free time after class. Xu asked her friend if he would go with her to the training ground. She wanted to learn new magical skills. Zhang looked shyly at the girl and said he would go with her. Ting approached the students and said in a stern voice that they would go with her to practice. Li and Sha waved their hands and explained to the student that they wanted to stay with Shu. Ting beat the 2 students in displeasure. 2 stone golems dragged Li and Shu by their legs. The main character climbed into the large building. He wanted to go home to the student and approached the Chu family's door. The hostess came to the door and opened it for the guest. Fan looked inside the apartment with surprise. The woman opened the door. She was holding a cross in her hands. Amulets hung from her clothes. She was surprised when she saw the guy. The main character happily told the hostess that he had just come to visit the student Chu Feng. The woman happily rushed towards the young man. She shouted for him to look at her child. The main character was very surprised and frightened when he realized that the student had been bewitched. The hostess opened the door to the room and let the main character in. The lights were off inside. Fan carefully examined the interior of the room. It was completely silent inside. Fan said in an excited voice that Che Feng was standing in front of him. The mother confirmed that it was her son. The main character saw a small box in front of him. It had 2 small holes in it. The woman held a cross in her hand. She excitedly told the young man that her son had come home from school a month ago and hidden in the box. After that, he didn't say a word. The mother asked the guest fearfully, "Could her son have been bewitched?" Fan replied that nothing of the sort had happened. The main character near the door told the woman not to worry. He wanted to talk to the boy. Fan approached the box. He told the student in a stern voice to come out and talk to him. The box stood motionless. The main character looked at it silently. Fan shouted sternly at the student that he was forcing him to resort to violence. The main character angrily lifted the large box above his head. He shouted at the guy that he was forcing him to use force. Fan held the box in his hands. He noticed that there was another box just like it on the floor below. The annoyed main character continued to throw cardboard boxes around him. Under the boxes, the main character was surprised to see a frightened student wearing a black mask on his head. Fan calmed down. He told the guy in the room that he just wanted to examine him. The main character's magical vision was activated. He used the Lord's Eye on Chu Feng. Fan received detailed information about the student Chu. Feng loved flying objects. This student had unclear magic and was likely to fall while running. The guy was quite brave. The main character looked closely at the student and said that it was very obvious that he loved flying objects. Fan saw a photo of a large eagle on the wall. He did not know how to test the student for his bravery. The main character was surprised to see the student hiding behind a cardboard box on the floor. Fan rushed up to the guy and ripped off his mask. He angrily asked the frightened student where he was going. The student fell to the ground. He demanded that the main character let him go. Fan calmed down a little. He sat down next to the student lying on the floor and looked at him closely. The main character asked the boy, "Is he really not coming?" The boy replied fearfully to the teacher that he was not coming. The student shouted to the teacher in a frightened voice that he would never return to class. The main character grabbed the student by the arm and prepared to throw him out the window. Chu shouted to the teacher in a frightened voice that it wasn't that he didn't want to go to class. The main character threw the student out the window. He shouted after him that it was too late. Fan threw the guy very far out of the window, and he began to fall down in fear. Fan jumped out of the window after the frightened student and flew down with him. Chu fell at high speed from the window. He looked fearfully as the earth approached him. The main character told the frightened student to open his eyes. Chu opened one eye. The student looked ahead in fear and noticed that he was hovering above the ground. Fan slowly descended from the height to the ground. He told the student that his flying magic had almost reached its final obstacle. Chu asked his teacher discontentedly why he had thrown him out of the window. Fan smiled at the student and replied that it was all true. The main character smiled and replied to the young man that he would run later and also fall. Fan told the surprised guy that he could fly. Chu hovered above the ground and looked ahead in amazement. During the flight, the main character was intently playing a computer game. He was boxing against a game opponent. The main character was absorbed in the computer game. He sat on the back of the flying student. Chu hovered high above the ground. Fan looked ahead intently and joyfully. He said that life was beautiful. The main character looked down from a great height and saw a building. He told the student that they were almost at the school. Fan, on the back of the flying student, sternly commanded him to land. Athletes were competing at the large school stadium. Teacher Fei ordered student Lee to break the Class C record this time. Fei held a stopwatch in his hand. He sternly shouted at the boy to run faster and try to break another record. Lee replied to the man not to worry. The teacher looked closely at the runners and commanded them to go to the starting line. Fei fired the pistol, and the athletes sprinted forward at full speed. Lee suddenly broke away from the rest. Lee looked over with dissatisfaction and asked very angrily who would be able to beat his record now. The running student was surprised to see the main character, Chu, flying next to him. Unexpectedly, the main character suddenly broke ahead. The student behind him looked back in fear. Lee looked fearfully after the fleeing guy. His outer clothing was torn to pieces. The students around him looked in surprise at the half-naked student on the track. He looked down in front of him in great fear. An expensive black car drove up to the building. It stopped near the entrance. A student in a suit got out of the car. He looked at the Xingsha Academy with surprise. On the training ground, a group of students were studying various magical skills. Lee hugged his friend Shi and asked him in a sad voice to come back soon. Ting, a female student, approached from the side. She shouted at the students in a dissatisfied voice to shut up. If the teacher didn't come back, they could practice on their own. A guest entered the training ground. He looked at the girl from the side. The stranger asked the student, "Where is the academic department?" Tin asked the stranger in a dissatisfied voice if he was afraid that someone would hit him. The guy asked the students angrily, "Does any of these guys want to hit me?" Lee pounced on the stranger and tried to hit him with his hand. He shouted at the guy, asking how he dared to be rude to the girl. The student calmly put up a magical shield in front of him. Lee couldn't break through it with a flying kick. After his unsuccessful attack against the stranger, Lee flew far to the side. After his unsuccessful blow against his opponent, the guy fell to the ground and flew away. The stranger looked at the students angrily and said that they couldn't hit him. Tin looked at the guest with displeasure and asked sternly, "Does he really want to fight?" She pulled out a small lock of hair. Huge stone golems appeared near the girl. She shouted discontentedly at the stranger that she would keep him company. The student stood there. Next to her were huge stone golems. The stranger looked at her calmly. Tin looked at the student with displeasure and promised in a stern voice that she would not kill him. The fighter said to the student in a dissatisfied voice that her small stones would not be able to break his barrier. Tin shouted sternly at the guy that they would see now. 2 stone monsters ran forward. The stranger stood and calmly watched as the stone golems rushed at him at full speed. The fighter put up a dome of magical attack in front of him. The golems couldn't break through it. After their unsuccessful attack, the stone monsters scattered to the sides. The warrior stood calmly and watched them. Tin was very surprised and frightened. She did not expect the guy to destroy her monsters. The stranger stood inside the protective dome. The stone golems next to him continued to crumble. After a short pause, 2 stone monsters collapsed and scattered into small pebbles. The fighter said to the girl in a bored voice that her teacher wasn't so good after all. Zhang ran up from the side with the girl. He asked the stranger discontentedly what he had said. The stranger asked the girl angrily, "Didn't you like what he said about the teacher?" Zhu stretched out her hands in front of her, and a bright blue glow appeared next to them. The girl launched a bright lightning bolt at the stranger. The fighter stood under a magical protective dome. The unfamiliar fighter stood and calmly looked ahead. The girl's attack did not harm him in any way. Zhang became very angry. He swung his arm and decided to try to attack the stranger. The student ran at full speed and decided to try to break through the protective dome above the stranger with his hands. Zhang tried to break through the protective dome with powerful blows of his hand. He did not succeed. The stranger stood calmly. The student looked ahead with anger and dissatisfaction. He did not understand what was wrong with the barrier around the warrior in front of him. Zhang jumped back sharply. He couldn't break through the protective barrier around the warrior. The student jumped back sharply. Frightened girls stood next to him. The stranger clapped his hands. He told the students that he admired their teacher and their courage. Ting looked at the stranger with great anger. She didn't know what to say to him. The fighter told the girl that she could call her teacher to hold a match. Tin asked her partner in dissatisfaction, "How could he know their teacher?" The main character appeared from the side. He said in a cheerful voice that someone had called him. Fan continued to fly above the student. The stranger was very surprised when he saw the flying main character in front of him. The main character jumped off the flying student and began to slowly land on the ground. After the flight, he fell sharply to the ground. Fan glanced sideways at the student and said that next time he would teach him to land carefully. The stranger approached the main character from the side and said that his students were not so good. The main character looked at the student angrily and threatened that he would make him take back his words. The students approached from the side. They apologized to the main character for not being able to defeat the stranger. The teacher sternly told the students that any shield could be overcome. They had simply used the wrong methods. The stranger viciously demanded that the criminal hero show the students the correct method. Fan said in a vicious voice that this was exactly what he was talking about. His red eye lit up. The main character decided to analyze the guest named Se Tiange. Fan saw the fighter's detailed characteristics. Se was a defense mage and was awakened to 40%. The main character shouted to his opponent in a joyful and angry voice that it was all over for him. The students came up and complained to their teacher that Se had beaten them. Shuri sternly demanded that Fan not let the fighter go just like that. Se laughed very maliciously. He shouted at the teacher to look at his pathetic students. Fan angrily shouted at his opponent that he loved to fight, but still hid behind the barrier. He got angry, looked at the main character with dissatisfaction, and asked maliciously what he had said. The main character pointed at the students. He demanded that they come to him and said he wanted to teach them something. Fan looked closely at his friends and said that they should fight back if they were humiliated. The main character activated the master's eye to find out more about Shifeng. Shifeng was an expert in controlling people's minds with destructive magic. Li Shou was a mental magician and very weak in power. In an unconscious state, his power could increase many times over. Suddenly, a thought came to the main character's mind. He became very agitated. The main character viciously ordered the students to quickly move closer to him. He wanted to take another look. The main character looked closely at the students. They stood next to each other and held each other's hands. The students asked the teacher excitedly, "Can they really become stronger?" Fan looked at the students happily and confirmed that they could indeed become stronger. Fan pointed his finger at Sei and ordered the students to knock this fighter down. The main character stood surrounded by the students. He asked them sternly if they understood everything. The students replied in unison that they understood everything. Fan pointed his finger forward at two guys. He said that they would be the leaders. Lee asked the teacher fearfully if he knew their strength. Shaw explained that they still couldn't fight Sei. The main character hugged the two students. He said that together they could defeat their opponent. They had to work together. The teacher told Shifeng to use his destructive magic to control Li Xiu's consciousness. Tin asked in a dissatisfied voice how he could use his destructive magic on his comrades. The student said in an angry voice that if the teacher said so, then Sure should not feel sorry for him now. She stretched out both arms in front of him. He excitedly told his friend that they were about to begin. A dark aura appeared around the student. He looked up in front of him with a blind gaze. He couldn't stand on his feet. He began to sway from side to side. The dark aura was still around him. The student had no control over his body. He swayed from side to side. The main character demanded that Sure control the boy Lee to attack his opponent. The student stretched out his arms in front of him and shouted to the teacher that he understood. He told the students not to talk about him hurting anyone. Lee swung his arm with all his might in midair to strike his opponent. The fighter stood calmly under the protective dome. The student swung with all his might and began pounding his hands on the protective dome to break through it. He noted to himself with alarm that the boy's strength had unexpectedly increased. He stretched out both arms in front of him. He told the fighter that they were still just warming up, and now it was time for the real battle. He tensed with all his might. He swung his arm wide to try to break through the barrier. He said in a vicious voice to the student who had run up that he would not be able to break his barrier. He looked ahead in fear. He noticed that his protective dome had cracked. He swung his arm with all his might and hit the fighter in the face. He was able to break through the protective dome. The beaten student fell to the ground. He told himself that the students had been very weak before. The main character stretched his arms. He told the fighter in a stern voice not to give up so easily. It wasn't over yet. Surprised, Sei came to his senses and sat down on the ground. He looked ahead in fear. Zhang swung his arm with all his might and punched the surprised Sei in the stomach. The surprised warrior received a very powerful blow to the head from the stone monster. Bright lightning struck from above. It pierced and struck Sei from head to toe. After the joint attack by the students, Sei lost consciousness and fell dead to the ground. Fan looked at the student's body lying on the ground. He asked his friends, "Did they really go too far?" She held out a small needle and touched the fighter's body. Tin shouted at the students in a dissatisfied voice that they should be more concerned about their class falling apart. The main character headed for the exit. He told the students that they needed to go home. Chu was lying on the ground outside. The main character thought for a moment and decided that he had forgotten something. He couldn't remember what it was. Principal Shan sat in his office and studied the new student's document. He was surprised that a student from Class S had been transferred to him. The man sat at his desk and studied the document. He said in a satisfied voice that now he would have happiness on his face. The beaten student entered the door. He asked the man if he was the academy's manager named Kai Shan. The director, sitting in his chair, asked the guest why he dared to mention his name. The beaten student told the director that his name was Sei, and that he had come here on the orders of the school. The director studied the student's document in front of him silently and carefully for a long time. Shan smiled at the guest and asked the young man what had happened to his face. C turned away and explained to the man that he had simply fallen down the stairs. The principal jumped to his feet. He asked the boy if he wanted him to give him a tour of the school. C asked the man in a dissatisfied voice if he could choose a class for himself. Sean shouted to the guy from behind that he could choose any class he wanted. The student left the office very quickly and slammed the door behind him. The principal watched him silently. Shang called and told his subordinate not to send the student back to him. Class S students can choose any class they want. The principal hung up the phone. He said in a joyful voice that he had recruited a good student and fired a useless teacher. The employee at the desk handed the main character a stack of documents. He told Fenyu that the evacuation would be cancelled soon anyway. The students needed to be given questionnaires. The main character tore up the stack of documents. He told the man in a stern voice that their class would never be disbanded. The man said to Fenny in a dissatisfied voice that no one but idiots would be allowed in his class. Se came in from the side and said that he wanted to join Feeney's class. The employee looked at him angrily and said that he was standing in front of Sei, a genius transfer student. The man stood up. He told the guest that Fan was the worst teacher in the academy and his class was the weakest. He advised the guy to go to Class S. The student reminded the employee that he could choose any class he wanted. He wanted to enroll in Fenyu's class. The main character said to the student in a dissatisfied voice that he did not want to take him. The man asked Fen in surprise, "Are you really turning the student away?" He told the main character that he needed one more person in his class, otherwise the class would be disbanded. Fan refused to take the student again. Fan looked at the guy with interest and said that he could teach him how to turn his abilities into attacks. C excitedly asked his partner what he should do to get him to accept him. Fan demanded that the guy call him Mr. Ning and ask him to accept him. C obediently asked Mr. Ning to accept him into the class. The main character demanded that the student call him the almighty Mr. Ning. C obediently called Fan the almighty Mr. and asked to be accepted into the class. The fan demanded that his partner call himself humble and stupid and asked to be admitted to the class. He repeated exactly the words that the main character had demanded of him. The fan demanded that the student ask him again. The man on the side looked at all this in surprise. The main character slowly ate a small sandwich and walked up to the blackboard. Fan looked closely at the students from his seat and said that they were starting the lesson. Shan pointed angrily and asked the main character why he was in a class that had been disbanded. He demanded that the teacher pack his things and write a letter of resignation. Lee asked in a frightened voice, "Is it really all over?" Shah said sadly that they had finally met a teacher like Mr. Ning. Xu looked at her teacher with great surprise and interest. She waited for him to continue. Fan calmly replied to the principal that his class was already full and could not be dismissed. Shan asked his partner in surprise, who would want to join his class. Fan calmly explained to his partner that a student named Se Tiange wanted to join his class. The principal laughed maliciously. He shouted at the main character that he was joking. The principal asked Se in surprise, did he really decide to go to such a lousy class? Shan was very surprised when he saw the guy next to him stand up near the table. Tin looked at the guy with great excitement and surprise and shouted that it was him. Fan demanded that the student leave the classroom and then come back with permission. He approached the exit. Then he stood in the doorway and asked permission to enter. Fan calmly told the student that he could come in. Shan ran up to the student in fear and promised that he could transfer him to Class S. The guy replied to the principal that he wanted to stay in this class. An employee approached with a document in his hands. He told the student that he had made him a student ID card. The principal grabbed his subordinate by the throat and began to choke him. He sternly asked his colleague why he had not informed him that Se had transferred to the main character's class. The employee replied to the principal in a choked voice that he had not asked to be informed about which class Se would be attending. The main character said to the man in a dissatisfied voice that he needed to teach the class. The principal looked at the guy with displeasure and said that he wasn't finished yet. The fan replied to the men in a malicious voice that he would keep them company at another time. The subordinate asked the principal angrily what they should do now. Shan turned around and shouted angrily that they needed to call the finance director. The main character walked accompanied by his students. Above them, Chu hovered in the air. Tin pointed her finger at the new student in dissatisfaction and asked why he had joined the class. C turned around and explained to the girl that thanks to him, their class had not been disbanded. The students looked at the new student with malice and discontent. They stuck their tongues out at him. The main character told his friends that they would be classmates and had to work together. Fan stepped forward and looked intently straight ahead. The main character looked intently at the broken dome. He said in a thoughtful voice that if his opponent attacked this spot, it would be easy. Fan stretched out his hand with 2 fingers and told the student that he could use a double barrier. The main character explained to the student that he could use a normal barrier to protect himself. The second dome was needed to protect the weak part of the barrier. Zhang said happily to the main character that only he could have thought of this. Joyful Xu stood nearby. C told the main character that all this would entail a change in the structure of the barrier. He didn't know if he could do it all. Fan said confidently to his partner that he could do it all. The student shouted in a joyful and confident voice that he would try. A dome appeared around him. C stood with his eyes closed. Another protective barrier appeared above his large dome. The student looked ahead with a joyful voice and shouted that he had done it. The flying Chu told the girl to try attacking the guy. Tin warmed up her hands and said she would be happy to do so. The girl created a huge stone monster. The golem prepared to attack. The stone monster launched a huge stone spear at his opponent. The stone spear hit the protective dome and shattered into small pieces. The student inside was unharmed. Tin was very surprised and upset that her spear had not pierced the dome. The main character looked ahead happily and shouted that he had finally succeeded. He shouted in a joyful voice that he was now the best in the class. The frightened girl fell to her knees. He said to the student in a malicious voice that there was no need to be proud of being the strongest. Tin shouted maliciously at the guy that he was going to die. The student demanded in a confident voice that the teacher make him stronger. He wanted to defeat the whole school and even those in Class S. The main character said to the student in a joyful voice that he still had a lot to learn. Fan stood in front of the students. He told them that he would now teach them all. The teacher told the students that they now had to complete their first degree and become stronger than Class A. Fan shouted at the students in a mean voice that they had to become better. The students looked at their teacher in surprise. They gave him 55 trust points. Fan pointed his finger at the frightened student Zhang and shouted that they would start with him. The main character looked at the student and promised in a cheerful voice to cure him of his trauma. The main character told all the students that they were free for the day. The teacher told Zhang that they would see him tomorrow. The man sat at the head of the table. Other meeting participants sat nearby. Long told his teammates that they had all heard about Ningfan. The man said that Fan had fought against the teachers of Class C. Ji said in a dissatisfied voice that the principal was already tired of the main character. The woman Ruo turned around and asked Long, "Did he really call them because of Ningfan?" The teacher said in a stern voice that the protagonist would be punished. Now was the best time to join forces with Principal Ma. Vo said in a dissatisfied voice that it might be too late if they started now. Long looked ahead with a malicious look and told his partners that he had an idea. Long turned around and looked at the other participants in the meeting. He wanted to tell them about the students. The main character entered the building and collapsed onto the bed. He told himself that he was comfortable, but that there would be a lot of work to do later. Fan jumped up on the bed. He realized that he had to improve his level. He hadn't studied the crazy teacher's system in a very long time. The main character looked happily at his reflection in the mirror. He decided to take a good look at himself. Fan looked closely at his reflection in the mirror. He activated the master's eye on himself. Ru looked at the student maliciously and demanded that she transfer to her class. She explained that Fan couldn't teach her anything. A girl named Lu Ming said in a malicious voice that if she were in Fan's place, her conscience wouldn't allow her to stay at this school. The main character said in a malicious voice to his partners that everyone who had said such words to him was already in the hospital. Ru looked at the main character very maliciously. Fan stared back at her intently. The woman told the guy that he hadn't recovered yet. She realized that she had overestimated him. Ruao thought to herself that whoever had hurt Nigfanyu remained a legend. The main character looked at the woman suspiciously. He couldn't understand when she had decided that he hadn't recovered yet. Su shouted in a dissatisfied voice that they had become better thanks to the teacher. She didn't want to let him insult him. Min looked sternly at the student and challenged her to a duel. The main character put his hand on his student's head. He said that no one was afraid of Min. The main character looked at the girl with his magical vision. He saw that she had a little courage. Fan leaned toward the student and whispered something in her ear. Shu listened attentively. The two girls stood facing each other and prepared to fight. There were many other students around them. Min held out both hands in front of her and shouted loudly. She prepared to attack. Suddenly, a bright flash of lightning appeared at the side of the student. She looked away in fear. A very bright lightning bolt struck from above. Min flew far to the side after the powerful attack. Ruu was very unhappy. She didn't understand how this could have happened. After flying through the air, Min fell on top of a group of students. The beaten student lay on the ground. She said in a cheerful voice that her opponent was very fast. Su was very frightened. She looked nervously at the woman. A bright red aura appeared around Ruo. She angrily told the guy that she had underestimated his students. The main character looked at the woman angrily. He prepared to defend himself against her attack. The woman suddenly jumped up and ran forward. There was a red fire near her hand. She shouted to the guy that she still didn't know the limits of his power. Fan looked at his running rival with dissatisfaction. He decided that she was mocking him. Xu thought happily to herself that her teacher had a very fast destruction spell. Everything should be fine. The main character glanced to the side and noticed that the girl had given him 10 trust points. Fan looked at the woman angrily and told her that he now had enough time to make his move. The main character raised his hands above his head, and a yellow glow appeared above them. The woman activated her 6th level fire magic on the fly. Fan launched the fire of the burning heavens against his opponent. Lightning struck the woman in the head. Ro was very surprised. She stood there badly burned and stunned. Fan said to the woman in a dissatisfied voice that if she disagreed with something, it meant that she did not know enough to understand it. The woman became very angry. She grabbed her head with her hands and prepared to attack the guy again. Rua swung her burning hand and shouted to the main character that he was still very confident. The woman launched a huge fireball. In front of her stood a frightened Xu. The fan jumped forward to protect the student from the fireball. The guy thought to himself in fear that he didn't have enough trust points left. The fireball hit the main character with full force. There was a very loud explosion. Gradually, the smoke from the explosion began to dissipate. After that, 2 silhouettes appeared. Xiu looked at her teacher in fear. The main character felt that he had earned enough trust points. The woman was very angry. She couldn't understand how the main character could still be alive. Fan glared at his rival. He shouted at the woman, asking how she dared to attack his student. The main character used magic to summon several magical assistants. They were a werewolf and the heavenly lightning of the deity. The magical demons rushed forward as a group toward the frightened woman. The girl approached her teacher from the side and thanked him. At that moment, the predatory monsters finished off Ruo nearby. Fan patted the student on the head and said that no one had yet been born who could hurt his students. At that moment, someone unexpectedly called out to Shuiwei from the side. The guy Zhang ran up. He asked the girl excitedly if she was okay. Xu replied to her friend in a very sad voice that she was fine. Min ran up to her beaten teacher and helped her to her feet. Ruo turned around and glared at the main character. She decided to take revenge on him. The main character turned to Zhang and said that he needed to go and get his right hand treated. Zhang asked the teacher with great interest, "Is that really possible?" The main character explained to the young man that if he said so, then it was definitely possible. Zhang moved a short distance away from the teacher. Xu was standing next to Fan. The student looked at his hand and magical lightning appeared near it. He asked the teacher, "Are you really sure?" The main character told the young man that he had to take the first step to make his life easier in the future. The main character told the girl that he would teach her the skill of ice destruction. She had to attack the student and force him to use his right hand. Zhu spread her arms to the sides, and an icy glow appeared around her. Fan shouted to the students from the side that they should begin. A frightened Zhang stood and watched with excitement as ice lightning flew toward him. The student raised his hands in front of him. He defended himself from the magic crystals flying at him. Zhang looked beside him with great surprise. He saw snowflakes falling on him from above. Fang turned to the frightened student and asked her what she was doing. Xu explained to the teacher in a frightened voice that she did not want to harm the student. The teacher looked at the girl in surprise. Zhang stood nearby, feeling embarrassed. The teacher explained to the student that they were trying to help the boy recover his right arm. She wouldn't be able to help him this way. All of Xu's attacks had to be more forceful. Zhang looked at the girl and said that he could do everything, and she could continue. Snow crystals appeared near the student's hands. She asked the boy if he was ready. Zhang shouted confidently to the girl that he was ready and she could attack. Xu rushed forward very sharply and launched the magic crystals from herself. Zhang stood and looked around in fear. Pieces of ice were falling on him. The student clenched his fist. He decided to try to fight off the flying magic. The ice crystals flew towards the guy and began to hit him from all sides. Xu glanced at the beaten boy from the side and called out to him in fear. Zhang flew to the side after her attack. The beaten student lay unconscious on the ground. A girl ran up to him from the side. Xu lifted the student's hands above the ground. She asked him excitedly why he didn't block her attack. The main character told his friends in a thoughtful voice that they would now have to try something else. The teacher inside the school classroom was surprised when he heard the story from the woman. He shouted that Ningfan had not recovered and could not use the new skill. Ruao carefully painted her nails. She excitedly told her teammates that they could try it themselves if they didn't believe her. The teacher turned and looked at his colleagues. The other men remained silent. Long looked at the paper in his hands. He said that their academy prioritized education and training above all else. The school committee had decided on Class D. Long turned to his colleagues and handed them the document. He said he was passing it on to them. The teacher said in a dreamy voice that if even one student failed the test, they would be expelled. As a result, Class D would be disbanded due to a lack of students. In the medical office, Chow pointed to the student on the couch and said she could heal him. The main character stood silently repeating the words about classes S and B to himself. The woman reminded the teacher in a dissatisfied voice that he himself had told her to heal the patient. She sternly asked Fanya what he was waiting for. The main character carefully analyzed Qiao. She specialized in healing and erosion. The woman could use 2 types of magic. Fang looked thoughtfully in front of him and thought that he was facing the second group of special government mages. The woman reached out her hand to the patient. A green glow appeared near her. Xiao held the boy's hand and looked at it intently. Zhang stood silently. The woman became very angry. She looked at the student with hatred. Xiao shouted in a malicious voice that the guy had no problems. Fang held his hands near the student's head. The main character smiled slyly at the woman and said that she should play along with him. Xiao reminded her partner that she was a level B healer. The woman did not understand how she could help deceive this child. The main character told the woman that she could be an S-level healer. Xiao asked the guy what he meant. The main character told the woman that she was an S-level healer from the coalition of pious mutants. Xiao reached out her hand toward the patient. A pink glow appeared near her. The woman sternly asked the guy what else he knew. Fang replied to his partner that he knew everything he needed to know. Xiao placed her glowing hand on the student's head. She asked the teacher how he found out. Fan waved his hand in the direction of the frightened woman. He demanded that she stop bothering his student. Kayao swung her glowing hand. She told the guy that he had revealed her secret and she had to kill him. Fang tilted his head to the side just in time. A pink lightning bolt flew past him. The main character asked the woman indignantly, "Why are you getting violent after such a pleasant conversation?" Xiao sternly threatened the guy that very soon he would not even be able to move his lips. The woman rushed forward and tried to attack the guy with powerful blows of her hand. Cao quickly and deftly grabbed the woman's hands and shouted that she was no match for him. Fan held the woman's hand with his own hands. He told her that she could keep the secret for now if she listened to him. Yao suddenly smiled at the guy and said that she would help him with his small request. The main character told his partner that they needed to remove the seal. At that moment, Zhao was lying on the bed, looking up in front of him. The main character told the patient on the couch that they would replace his arm. Qiao explained to the student that he would be able to quickly return to level S. Zhang lay silently on the couch and stared ahead, very frightened. Tian lay on the bed and thought only about his arm when the main character and Qiao approached him. The young teacher said that he and Li had decided to replace his arm, and the girl noted that it would be extremely quick. Stunned, Zhang Yang did not quite understand how they would manage to do it, and quickly at that, the young cultivator asked the boy for permission, but Qiao said he was under anesthesia. Then Ning smiled and said that his silence would be taken as consent. He added that his right hand no longer functioned properly and really needed to be replaced. In its place, the arm of a certain martial arts master would be installed, which would make Tian stronger. After some time, the operation was successfully completed, and Yang stared intently at his new arm. Then he suddenly decided to test its capabilities, and when he clenched his fist, it sparkled with lightning. Then Zhang directed a lightning-fast strike at the wall, which produced a powerful attack. Shocked, Li did not expect such an incredible result and stared at the guy. She urged him not to do that again, lest he destroy her office. However, when she turned around, she saw something that could not fail to upset her. Fan smiled and said that they had achieved truly unimaginable success. In fact, Tian's blow had broken through the wall of the building, forming a huge hole. Stunned, Zhang thanked them for installing an incredibly strong arm. Ning replied that they had simply improved his hand and not replaced it so that he would believe in himself. The young man even teared up, asking again if it was really true. Fang replied in the affirmative, saying that he needed to make every effort to become even stronger. Naturally, Zhang promised that he would try his best, and the teacher urged him to go to class. At the same time, Ning said that she shouldn't be so upset about the destroyed wall, because the main thing was that they had helped the student. Xiao agreed with him, saying that she was extremely happy about Yang's recovery. After that, they finally went to class, but in reality, Li was upset. Meanwhile, Liu Hui came to see the academy director, and Shan was naturally pleased to see him. The extremely self-confident Bei declared that he would definitely put this upstart fan in his place. Ma Da thanked him for his help, saying that he would never forget this favor. Xue, who was standing outside the director's office door, overheard their conversation and realized that her ex-husband was in trouble again. At that moment, Ruo spotted her and called out to her, which was something Shi Yu did not expect. Yun Shi asked what she was doing there and what she wanted to talk to the director about. The next day, Shi and Li saw an announcement about a new test. They realized that they clearly couldn't pass such an exam and their ratings would drop even lower. Feng, in turn, noted that this ridiculous class was constantly exhausting him. Setian unexpectedly said that this test must be extremely difficult. As a result, another argument broke out between them, and they began to sort out their differences. Ting silently watched what was happening, thinking about Nina, because he still hadn't shown up. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and the main character entered the classroom with Tian. The young master discovered that all the students were present, which made him happy. The young cultivator immediately moved toward the board, where he found a notice. It said that the exam was mandatory, which was extremely unexpected. Wai noticed that this was most likely due to the incident with the teachers, and now they wanted to test them. Ting also stated that Fan needed to prepare the class for this test. Meanwhile, Ruo continued to ask Shui why she needed the principal. The girl smiled sweetly and replied that she was actually just passing by. At the same time, Yun Shi was interested in when President Shi planned to return from the Luo Ying Academy. Yu Xiu said that he was indeed participating in a competition this year and that it would take some time. At that moment, Hui came out of Shanya's office, and the girls literally froze in place. Bi broke into a sly smile and remarked that it was an incredible coincidence. However, she immediately hurried away, saying that she had too much to do today. Strangely enough, Ruo also rushed in the opposite direction. The CFO couldn't understand what had happened and why they didn't like his company. Soon, Shu went to Ma Da and told him that Ning still hadn't recovered. But Shan noticed that not long ago, he had beaten up the teacher of Class C and boasted about his abilities. Young looked at the academy director in bewilderment, hastening to convince him otherwise. She claimed that she had checked him with her royal eyes and that there could be no mistake. Extremely puzzled, Da asked her what they should do now. Ruo replied that she had asked Long to help them and that he would also check Fan soon. At that moment, The main character led his students to the training ground, where they were unexpectedly met by Hui. The director of the finance department noted that he hadn't seen the young teacher in quite some time. The young cultivator also greeted the extremely foolish Bei, realizing that he was here for a reason. Suddenly, the old man asked if Ning wanted to use the gym. He added that if so, unfortunately, it would not be possible, as all the equipment was being repaired. Ting couldn't take it anymore and pushed Hui aside, demanding that he get out of the way. Then, going inside, she asked why everyone else could use the training room, but they couldn't. Bai replied that they only use the machines that do not need repair. He also called on Fan to teach the students manners, saying that Nina's small salary would not be enough to cover the cost of repairing the damaged equipment. After that, he simply closed the gym doors in front of them, which was an extremely rude thing to do. The teacher understood that if it weren't for the value of trust, he would have been crippled long ago. Shu unexpectedly suggested that the teacher conduct a theoretical lesson instead of training. Fan realized with horror that his class would also be tested on theoretical lessons. Li and Feng realized that Ning really knew nothing, and at this rate, they would soon be expelled from the academy. Ting pointed out that a great man like him had a duty to know everything and take action. The guy tried to explain everything, but at that moment, Shu suddenly appeared. The girl assured him that she would help him solve the problem with the training hall. Fan recognized her as the ex-wife of the owner of his body, assuming that she would indeed be able to help them. Li Shu, in turn, remembered that this was the legendary Shi, and Feng urged him to calm down. Ting was extremely upset by the behavior of both Shui and her teacher. The extremely kind Yu said that if Fan needed her help, he could always turn to her. Suddenly, the teacher approached her and said that she should come to his house that evening. He added that it was to help his students with a theoretical assignment. At this, the smug Ning broke into a smile, and naturally she agreed. Then Fan called all his charges to his home, since they would have a special training session tomorrow. The teacher strongly recommended that everyone not miss classes, because soon they will need to pass an exam to stay at the academy. The main character, in turn, decided to see how many trust points he had at his disposal. After learning that he had 110 points, the young master wanted to increase his awakening. Thus, the young cultivator improved this attribute by 1%. Naturally, he immediately decided to test how much his abilities would improve. Because of this, Ning used a flame skill, which didn't become much stronger. A puzzled Fan couldn't understand why the improvement was so small, after which the teenager headed to the meeting place, believing that his students had already arrived. Seeing Xie Tian and Wei, who arrived in a minibus, the teacher became indignant. They said that, in fact, they weren't going to have a picnic today, but to practice. However, Ting said that it would actually be nice to have a snack. As a result, she started cooking barbecue, which made Ning furious. Xilio, in turn, hurried to chop vegetables. Fan was literally seething with anger. Soon almost everything was ready. The teacher could not influence his students in any way. Lu and Feng continued preparing for the picnic, ignoring the teacher's anger, who hoped that at least Wei and Zhang had already practiced. But they also decided to help the others, and used magic to make fruit ice. Finally, Ning could stand it no longer and ordered them to start training and put off their picnic. However, at that moment Shui approached him, and the girl immediately apologized for being late, adding that she had bought him his favorite milk tea. Fan was shocked. Unexpectedly, the guy happily agreed to have lunch and then start training. Suddenly, Yu Shi called out to the young man and told him some rather unusual news. Having declared that their marriage was finally officially dissolved, a stunned Ning asked her again. The girl smiled and said that there was nothing to worry about and that he shouldn't worry about it so much. Shu also asked the teenager not to make a scene so as not to create problems. Fan, of course, agreed with her, saying that everything was perfectly fine and he would not cause her any trouble. The young man himself could not understand what she was talking about, because he was already trying not to stick his neck out unnecessarily. After which he decided to move on to training and began to explain to the students about self-training. Having added that they would also have to study the theory of this training, of course, everyone agreed. Tianga, in turn, demonstrated a certain popular device, where you need to open the box in order to release a furious magical attack. Also, magic flows into the one who uses the receiver. At that moment, he puts this device on his head, adding that if this device was used, their protective magic would be indestructible. The embittered protagonist immediately slapped him on the back of the head, and the receiver flew off his head. At the same time, the young master declared that this device was useless, and Z hastened to refute his words. The young cultivator asked if it could really teach him to attack, but the boy remained silent. Ning told Chu that this time he would teach him how to land correctly. After which Fan flew into the air and said that in order to learn magical flight, he needed to be calm. However, the self-confident Feng said that defensive magic had nothing to do with flight. The guy decided to show him a visual refutation of his words. As a result, he landed literally a few centimeters away from it, thus creating an emergency landing and telling him that he should listen to his words. A moment later, Ning cast a protective barrier, stating that as long as he used defensive magic when landing, he would not be injured. A shocked Chu remarked that this was a truly amazing result. Fan also called on Tianxie to control the equipment's attack to help them master defensive magic. Ji also explained that the protective shell is an extension of internal strength, and he simply needs to defend himself. The young man put on the receiver and said that he understood everything and they could begin. C instantly pressed the button on the remote control, and a crystal flew out of the metal box. A few seconds later, lightning-fast attacks rushed towards Feng, who did not expect such speed. Chu subsequently used a magical barrier to block the attack, after which he began to dodge the electric discharges, which he did not do very well. And a moment later the protective sphere cracked, but the stubborn Feng continued his flight. The teenager understood perfectly well that at any moment the shell could fall apart. However, despite this, the self-confident student continued to float in the air, and suddenly an explosion thundered. As a result, Chu began to free fall to the ground, and everyone was horrified. Tian, in turn, helped him land more or less successfully. Fan, however, said in a businesslike manner that only in a real fight could they become stronger. Then he told Shu and Shu that they were next in line and that they should get ready. But the boys continued to look at the main character in fear, who repeated his demand again. Feng and Li stood in place, as if they were afraid to even move. The young master insisted on his own. It is said that mental erosion magic is used to control people, but Shah needs to train to improve his control. At this moment, Xu offered him a piece of meat to increase his energy, and the young cultivator immediately took it, after which he stated that he also needed to learn some ways to develop spiritual strength. Feng immediately took another piece of meat from his classmate and ate it, urging his friend to listen to the teacher. But Li was not going to put up with this and began to insult Shi, saying that he had stolen his piece of chicken. The guy, in turn, urged him to calm down, but the young man continued to behave inappropriately. In the end, he attacked him with his fists, repeating once again that Feng had taken the meat. At this time, Xu literally burst into flames with spiritual energy, and the teacher hastened to stop their misunderstanding, calling on his students to stop fighting, especially over some piece of meat, adding that he knows exactly what aspects they need to train. At this moment, the teacher whispered something into the ear of the perplexed Shi, who in turn immediately rushed to fulfill the demand of his mentor. Feng began to concentrate his spiritual energy. Fan noted that he learned this quite quickly. Shuri caught himself thinking that he really did feel an incredible surge of strength. However, the boy completely forgot about his teacher's request. As a result, he collapsed to the ground, and the stunned Ning could not understand what had happened. In this regard, Fan immediately ran up to him, but Feng assured him that everything was fine, and he had simply forgotten about some exercises. Then Ning began to tell him once again about the methods of developing spiritual power. He also urged him to go and rest, then ordered Xiu to begin practicing. But the teenager said he was extremely concerned about the condition of the tired Shi, who was lying on the ground, and so he offered to help him and wait until his classmate regained his strength. Fan reminded him that he should follow the new method to feel the upliftment of his soul, and only then would he be able to pass the test. Li immediately fell to his knees, begging to be taught everything. The teacher ordered that to achieve this, he should moderate his appetite and eat less. Shu promised that he would finish eating and start training. Ning immediately took the meat from him. He said that after 10 circles, he would be able to eat meat, but until that time, he was forbidden to eat. After which, Fan calmly began to eat its meat with pleasure. This caused Li to literally start crying, asking his mentor not to do this. But in the end, the student naturally went to run a cross-country race. At this moment, the main character noticed Tin, who was reading a certain book. A stunned Vei saw the young master and asked what he was doing there. The young cultivator noted that she had been studying the summoner technique for so long, and it was time to move on to summoning life. A puzzled Tin asked what kind of ability this was, as she had never heard of such a skill. Ning replied that this technique would help improve her summoning monster and help it evolve faster. The girl thought, realizing that she would absolutely need this ability then. Fan also said that each cultivator has a unique life summoning monster. At that moment, the guy summoned his demon with a scythe, who instantly appeared behind him. Having demonstrated his incredible skills, the teenager asked if she didn't want to learn the same. Suddenly, Tin declared that it was nothing to her, as if she had deliberately intended to devalue his efforts. But Ning insisted that she learn this technique because after that she also needed to learn the call of life. Then the stubborn V finally began to follow her mentor's method, having started to try to use such an incredible ability of the teacher. In this regard, she asked to create a huge dragon, but something went wrong. Blinding rays of light began to diverge in different directions from the golden sphere. And a moment later, Tin was holding a small chick in her arms, which was quite strange. As a result, she angrily threw it straight towards the bewildered Fan. Ning, in turn, noted that the summoned monster's food was actually its aura. But the chick immediately returned to her and began to jump actively on her head. V started waving her arms, trying to drive away the persistent chicken, but she was unsuccessful, and he ended up chewing out a chunk of hair on her head, which of course infuriated her. Tin began to chase the chick away more aggressively, but still did not achieve the desired result, after which she began to run after him, intending to catch and kill such a persistent chicken. At this moment, Tiange called his mentor and said that Feng had already learned defense, so it was finally time to teach him the attack technique, Ning thought. The next day at Kushan, the protagonist continued teaching his students. The young master hastened to announce that today they would study the theory of history. At this moment, Li suddenly rushed towards the young cultivator, and within a few seconds he ate the piece of meat that was in Nin's hands, leaving him with only the bone. Also suddenly, the chicken V rushed towards him, which Fang was extremely surprised about. Turning around, the guy saw Tin in a hood and asked why she was wearing it. As soon as the chick saw his angry owner, he jumped onto her head, after which he tried to break through her hood to eat a couple of locks of hair again. In connection with this, she tore off one hair and hurried to feed it to her pet. The chick ate it with great pleasure and calmed down for a while. Fan was stunned by the little creature's appetite, not understanding how it could fit so much. An embittered V stated that if she had known how the technology would make her lose her hair, she would not have agreed to study it. Ning sighed heavily and said that while she was undergoing the assessment, he would help her, after which he tried to remember the name of the plant that promotes hair growth. Suddenly, he noticed his ex-wife. The girl was literally a couple of meters away from him. Naturally, Shui also saw Fan and looked at him with her mysterious gaze. Then he thought, because she might know this plant for hair growth. Yu Shi in turn asked what the problem was and why he looked so puzzled. Ning decided to take advantage of the moment and asked her if she knew about a plant for hair growth. The girl replied that there was one such flower, and she even knew where it was. However, this is an extremely dangerous place in the cave, where a bloodthirsty monster guards it. She immediately informed her ex-husband about this and urged him not to go there. But Fan was not at all afraid, but on the contrary, he declared that this was good. In this regard, he asked if she would take him to that cave. Shui answered positively. But at the same time, she asked him for some favor where she needed help. The puzzled guy replied that he would be happy to help her with whatever she asked him for. Then she told him exactly what she needed help with, and Nin took off his outerwear. The students in turn were simply stunned, not understanding what she was doing. Yushi began to point out the meridians on the teacher's body that each of them should understand. Fan himself was perplexed, assuming that she simply wanted to make fun of him. Soon the protagonist led his exhausted students back to the academy. Long suddenly saw the young master and noticed that he had arrived too early. He added that it wouldn't help him anyway, since if the students didn't pass the test, he would be fired. An extremely indignant Tian objected, demonstrating his excessive decisiveness, but the young cultivator urged him to calm down immediately, assuring him that he would definitely pass the exam, realizing that if he had enough points of support, he would take care of it. At that moment, Ruo suddenly appeared and demanded that all the students follow the test assignment. Ning began to tell his protégés that they would succeed and pass the exam. Zhang watched the proceedings, naively believing that this time his class would definitely be disgraced. Soon, all the students entered the classroom, where Yun Shi began to hand out the most difficult assignments. After she announced that the test had begun, everyone immediately tensed up, realizing what hell awaited them. A frightened Tian quietly said that they definitely wouldn't be able to pass this exam. After reading the assignments, Li also couldn't understand why they were so difficult. Feng gave up completely, saying that they were doomed to failure and that nothing would work out for them. Suddenly Ruo approached him. Shu instantly sat up straight and looked at the teacher. Yun noted that no one is allowed to talk during the exam. He added that cheating is also prohibited, and anyone caught doing so will automatically receive a 0 mark. Fan, in turn, stood outside the classroom door, hoping that his students would pass the test. After a certain amount of time, Ruo informed everyone that the exam was over, and they had to hand in their work. Long immediately approached Ning and said in a businesslike manner that they would now find out the grades of his students. A moment later, Yun Shi came out of the classroom, and Zhang hurried to find out the test result. Having snatched the report card with the students' grades from her hands, he discovered a shocking picture, where absolutely all of Fan's minions received satisfactory grades. The teacher noted that his students were really smart and were able to cope. An embittered Long immediately crumpled the piece of paper and declared that they had not passed the exam honestly. Naturally, Ning hastened to object, saying that he was next to him and could not see him taking the test. Zhang Wen could not control himself and continued to aggressively assert the opposite, after which he suddenly left, declaring that they would definitely be defeated at the training ground. Fan turned to his students and asked if they were sure they hadn't cheated. Everyone said that they had passed the exam on their own and would never have done that to their teacher. The guy breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had successfully overcome half of the obstacles. Soon the main character headed with his class to the testing ground. The young master, in turn, noted that this track was completely unsuitable for Class D. Tian suddenly said that this actually shouldn't be a problem for Chu. Meanwhile, teacher Guan arrived at the academy, and a puzzled Zhang asked what he was doing there. Yuan replied that he would like to take a look at the students, especially since he would be obliged to teach them in the future. Then Long suggested that he observe Ning's class, believing that his students would be embarrassed. Liu, of course, agreed. The young cultivator understood perfectly well that this track was too difficult to pass. Unexpectedly, Feng asked the teacher if he knew this man. Fan responded negatively, adding that he had to concentrate on the track and the score. Zhang, in turn, urged the race participants on and explained the rules, requiring them to reach the finish line faster than the others. There were also some paint spheres on the track that exploded when touched. After which Longwen started the countdown to the start of the race. Everyone got ready. Naturally, the class supported Chu as best they could, while Feng was as focused as possible on the road. Suddenly, he turned his attention to his extremely impudent and self-confident opponent, who constantly egged him on and insisted that the boy had no place here. Chu, in turn, was absolutely confident in himself and ignored the enemy's provocations. But when the race started, Ming immediately pulled ahead, and Feng was shocked by such speed. Then he began to catch up with him, realizing that he had no right to lose. Zhang once again began to mock the guy, saying that it would be better if he went home. However, after a couple of seconds, the teenager confidently caught up with him, and his opponent was in shock. Then Ming came up with an extremely vile plan, and he hastened to put it into practice. Having hit the spheres with paints, he rushed forward with lightning speed, shouting that he had prepared a gift for him. At that moment, the balls burst and paint flew out of them, which detained Chu. The enraged fan declared that he was playing unfairly, and that he had done it on purpose, but no one paid any attention to him. Meanwhile, Feng was covered in blush, which made him even more angry, and besides, the opponent was incredibly fast, and he kept calling him a weakling, saying that he would never win this race. Despite his setbacks, Chu confidently flew towards victory, trying to overtake Ming. At the same time, the boy kept moving away from the spheres with paints, but he wasn't very good at it, because the enemy touched absolutely all the balls to slow down Feng's movement. The angry Ting couldn't stand it any longer, and shouted that Zheng was constantly touching the spheres. However, Long said it was no big deal because he wasn't spraying paint. At a certain point, Chu finally pulled ahead, overtaking the naive Min. They say he is considered the worst in the class, but Zheng is even worse since he can't win the race, which naturally only provoked his opponent, who began to interfere with him once again, unleashing his magical attack in the form of several lightning beams at Feng. Chu understood that it would be quite difficult to evade them and remembered Ning's technique. As a result, an explosion occurred on the track, and everyone was shocked by what was happening. Teacher Min was sure that the race was over and the student had lost. However, in the clearing fog, he suddenly saw the silhouette of a teenager, which in turn was under a protective barrier. Zheng was in shock. Fan stated that the teacher attacked the student and this was clearly against the rules of the race. But Zhang Wen said that as long as they were on the track, they were allowed to do anything. Ning, extremely indignant, asked if even if the paint stained the shield, it would still count. Long, with a sly smile, answered positively, which only angered Fan. The young teacher immediately went to Zhang to discuss what was happening. It was only after some time that VA noticed his absence and wondered where he had gone. At this time, Ning threw Wen out of the chair and said to his disciple. Everyone was shocked. Fan urged Chu to act without rules, as Long himself had stated. In connection with this, even causing damage was allowed on the track. Feng was surprised. The teacher demanded that the student demonstrate his emergency landing to minister. Chu immediately began to carry out his patron's order and rushed towards Zheng, who in turn did not expect such a courageous step from the young man. Feng began to pursue teacher Ming, who was running away from him. However, the student clearly surpassed the teacher in speed and easily caught up with him. After which, being in the magical barrier, he hastened to attack the frightened Zheng. Everything happened too quickly and he naturally had nowhere to go. As a result, the completely unharmed Chu literally walked across Ming, and just a couple of seconds later he joyfully crossed the finish line, thereby winning the race. Feng's classmates were genuinely happy about his victory, realizing that he had finally succeeded. Shi and Li could not contain their emotions and began shouting the winner's name throughout the entire training ground. The main character was also happy with this outcome and sighed with relief. But the embittered Long angrily said that he had won unfairly and even attempted to take the teacher's life. Then the young master reminded him how he said that there were no rules on the track. Zhang Wen began to make extremely awkward denials, realizing that he had actually said that. The young cultivator literally lost his temper and demonstrated his strength. Suddenly, Gon called for him to stop, adding that his student had indeed won fairly. This puzzled Long, but he did not dare to contradict the great Yuan, who called on him to acknowledge the young man's victory and said that he was the first to cross the finish line. Then he noted that Ning was able to raise a good student, and his class should receive the highest degree of C. But Lu hinted that this was just the beginning, and that Fan would have to try hard. Zhang stated that since he had passed the assessment, no one would bother him anymore. However, in this case, it was necessary to move on to a new test. The teacher happily agreed. And soon Van announced the qualifying round, calling on all participants to get ready. Chu suddenly raised his trembling hand up, and the teacher was surprised. Li, in turn, volunteered to take the test first, as he could not wait any longer. Ning, of course, allowed him to try his luck, believing that the student would be able to pass the exam, hoping that he will soon be able to achieve the much-needed result. So the next test came in the ring, where Lei set about testing Li. The protagonist called on Shu to crouch when Fei attacked for 10 seconds, and then get up and attack him. Long demanded that the teacher deal with this student as quickly as possible. He added that it was extremely important to win this round, as a lot depended on it. However, Lei confidently said that he would follow the exam rules, after which the participants took their positions and the evaluation finally began. Fei noted that the young man was unable to pass the test, and that it was better for him to go home. But Li asked him to finish the test quickly because he was very hungry, which naturally only enraged the teacher, and he immediately attacked the student. However, at the moment of impact, Zhu abruptly crouched down and began counting 10 seconds. A puzzled Lei asked what he was doing and why he was transferring the test to the circus. The young man ignored the teacher's questions, continuing to count the seconds, which of course managed to anger Fei, who once again tried to hit him. But 10 seconds later, Li stood up abruptly, thereby once again dodging the attack, after which he hastened to deal a crushing blow to the teacher, who in turn did not have time to dodge. Thus, Zhu literally knocked him out, which no one expected from the student. Meanwhile, Lei simply flew into the stands, breaking through them with his body. Long was in shock. A dumbfounded Fei couldn't understand where this child got such unimaginable strength from. An enraged Zhang Wen called on the teacher to immediately stand up and continue grading. But the defeated teacher said that he knew his limits very well, adding that he accepted the defeat and that therefore the victory went to Shu. Long was furious, but, as before, he could do nothing to influence the situation. An ecstatic Shah began shouting that his classmate Li had finally won. He then offered him a chicken leg, knowing that his friend would not refuse such a surprise. The guy, in turn, instantly perked up at the sight of the delicious and fresh meat. As a result, he immediately rushed towards Feng to quickly take away the shin. She barely managed to run to the side, calling on Shu to calm down because he had already won. But the unstoppable boy continued to chase him, not seeing any obstacles in his path. After a certain amount of time, Li finally caught up and took the piece of meat from Feng. She kept telling him that he shouldn't be so aggressive. At that moment, the next participants in the test were announced over the loudspeaker, and Feng was one of them. Long, in turn, called on Teacher Ji to teach this upstart a lesson, promising that he would become a better teacher. Zheng said that he would do everything possible to ensure that the boy lost, because it was in his own interests. A few seconds later, the evaluation began successfully. Shi was noticeably nervous. Ji, on the contrary, was absolutely confident in his abilities and urged his student to get ready. At that moment he used some magic, and the room suddenly became dark. Ven was looking forward to a quick victory for his henchman, as he possessed an incredible level of skill. Ting began to understand that Feng would not win this round, since he was facing the best teacher in the academy. Zheng continued to taunt Shi, directing his magical attacks at him. Suddenly, a dark sphere appeared and instantly flew into the stunned student. Feng simply didn't know what to do or how to counter his teacher's incredible abilities. The dark matter had actually weakened Shi considerably, and he didn't understand how to counter it. After which Ji used flame magic and summoned firestones. Then, with complete nonchalance, he directed them towards the frightened teenager. A shocked Feng began to run away from the boulders that were exploding behind him. Of course, Shah realized that hiding was not the best option, and it was necessary to develop at least some kind of tactics. But to do this, it was necessary to find the teacher's weak spot and wait for the right moment. After a certain amount of time, the guy finally attacked him, but Zheng immediately brought all his efforts to naught. She then decided to distract the teacher so that he could strike. But just as he thought about it, Ji used another ability. As a result, he created several copies of himself, and Feng did not know where the real Zheng was. Meanwhile, the teacher continued to enjoy what was happening and to surprise Shi. This time he directed numerous ice arrows at the guy, who had no way to dodge the attack. Thus, they literally pierced the student's body, and he collapsed to the ground. Ji laughed again, saying that it was quite a funny fight. After which he declared that it was time to finish the evaluation and again summoned the dark monster, who immediately rushed towards Feng, intending to attack him. The demon's huge hand was approaching Shi, but he was not going to give up. Concentrating all his strength, the student tried to resist the teacher's power. His hands filled with spiritual energy, and Feng was able to restrain the power of the summoned monster. A moment later, he began to put pressure on him, which no one expected. At the same time, Shari stated that if Shu won, then he was also obliged to win this round. After all, if they lose, their class will be disbanded. Jung said that this is exactly what will happen soon. But Feng continued to confidently restrain the efforts of the Demon G. The teacher clearly underestimated him. Because of this, at a certain point he even closed his eyes, waiting for the end of the test. Meanwhile, Shi finally broke through his magical being and approached the teacher. While trying to strike him, Zheng then realized that the boy was indeed a capable student. After a couple of seconds, the monster seemed to obey Feng and rushed towards Ji, thus dealing him a crushing blow that was impossible to avoid. As a result, Zheng collapsed to the ground, suffering extremely painful damage. Long was shocked by what happened, but the main character, on the contrary, was happy about his student's victory. The young master truly believed in the strength of his protege and never doubted him for a second. An enthusiastic Feng raised his hands up, saying that he had finally passed the test. Chua was also happy about his friend's victory, realizing that no one could disband them. An exhausted Shi approached his classmate and said that he was very tired. Unexpectedly, Li sacrificed his meat to restore Feng's strength. The young man responded by asking why Shu had suddenly laughed during the evaluation. The fat man noted that until Shi declared his victory, he believed that he had lost. An enraged Tin urged them not to rejoice prematurely and to take exams more seriously in the future. Longa, in turn, was filled with hatred. He could not calmly watch the teenagers rejoice at their success. Slamming his fist on the table, Zhang said testing needed to continue, adding that now everything depends on the next test, and their previous achievements do not count. Wen, in turn, urged Feng to finally deal with Ning's disciple, since his predecessors had failed to do so. The extremely self-confident Wei declared that he would gladly defeat this girl. Long then announced the next round, where teacher Feng would face Ting. Vi was confident in her abilities and noticed that the others were overly frightened. The main character wished her luck and said that she would be able to win the teacher. Tin began to blame the young mentor for everything, reminding him of the summoning technique. Wei couldn't wait for the student to fight him in a test match. A moment later, Vi stepped into the arena, knowing she had to be tested. As soon as the evaluation began, Tin rushed to summon her stone golems. The earth literally shook, and at that very moment the magical idols rose up. The arrogant Feng pointed out that with such a level of skill she would be better off going home, because he intends to demonstrate to her the true power of summoning. After which the teacher released a small cloud of fire, which immediately ignited. After which a huge bear appeared and killed one of Vei's guards. The girl realized that it would be extremely difficult for her to cope with such a beast. However, she was in no hurry to give up and sent the remaining golems into mortal combat. They instantly pounced on the woolly giant, trying to immobilize him. Then they rushed to attack the bear, but this action was again unsuccessful, because Ven's furious magical beast bit off the guard's stone hand, after which he knocked over the second one. It seemed that the forces were not equal and Tin was doomed to failure. The bear literally trampled V's stone warriors, which she never expected. Feng was truly enjoying himself as he directed the beast towards the girl. But even having lost her golems, the student was in no hurry to sound the alarm and continued the battle. Suddenly she tore off the hair of hers, which instantly burst into flames with blue fire. A couple of seconds later, a huge monster appeared and dealt a powerful blow to the bear. Wei, stunned, couldn't believe his eyes, saying that this couldn't be happening. Tin smiled and noted that this was by no means a low level of summoning. After which she ordered her big guy to finally deal with the teacher. Fan was shocked by V's abilities, as he didn't know that the student had learned this technique. Naturally, the main character was proud of his student, who hurried to finish the assessment. The huge demon immediately rushed towards the enraged bear Feng. The beast also tried to attack the summoned monster, but he managed to dodge the blow, after which he himself carried out a series of ferocious attacks. Wei was simply shocked by what was happening, realizing that his advanced summoning technique was clearly inferior to his student's skills. The embittered Feng once again ordered his beast to destroy this pile of stones. Eventually, the bear was able to attack the golem and cut off its head. But even so, he continued the fight, which was extremely surprising. The summoners could only mentally support their enraged monsters. At a certain point in the battle, the advantage again shifted to Tin Wei's side. A moment later, all that was left of the bear was its skin pressed into the ground. Wei was in shock. The girl joyfully shouted that she had finally won, and that no one would touch their class now. However, Feng made a cut on his hand and said that he would now show her the true summoning. His blood flowed onto the ground and immediately turned into a huge number of snakes, who climbed onto the golem Tin, thereby trying to immobilize the big guy. Extremely worried, V ordered the monster to take its time and retreat for a while. But suddenly, clubs of snakes rose into the air, forming a kind of whirlwind, as a result of which they literally demolished a pile of stones. Soon the golem simply crumbled into cobblestones, and it seemed that the duel was over. Tin couldn't believe she had lost the battle, so she was in no hurry to give up. Suddenly, the chick flew off her shoulder and headed towards the poisonous snakes. But the girl managed to catch him and hugged him tightly, saying that he couldn't help in any way. Ning couldn't understand why the summoned beast Vei hadn't awakened yet. Soon the snakes literally surrounded Tin, and she had nowhere to go. Fan became nervous. He understood perfectly well that unless a miracle happened now, the test would fail. The student didn't know what to do or how to get out of the current situation. Meanwhile, Feng's snakes continued their movement towards her, and Vei immediately ducked down and covered the chick. However, the chick suddenly broke free from her hands and rushed to attack the poisonous creatures. The chick eventually flew out and fell to the ground, leaving Tin in shock, saying that he was extremely stupid and should not have gotten into an unequal fight in the first place. At this moment, Wei was approaching her, in a cloud of snakes, which again tried to attack the student. The enraged Tin grabbed a sharpened stone and rushed towards the teacher. When the poisonous snakes rushed towards her again, the girl dodged, after which V tried to get closer to Feng so that she could hit him. Then, finally reaching him, she stabbed the teacher in the leg with a stone. However, the result surprised her as several snakes instantly rushed to heal the wound. They literally pierced Wei's leg, thereby immediately beginning regeneration. At the same moment, the rest of the snakes grabbed the girl by the hair and dragged her along with them. Feng noted that she was quite strong, but her zeal was not enough to win. Without thinking twice, Tin grabbed her hair with one hand and cut it off with the other using a sharpened stone. In this way, she was able to feed the chicken, which happily devoured her curls, which led to the chick's instant breakthrough, something that Teacher Wei never expected. Even V didn't think that everything would happen exactly like this, knowing what it could lead to. The main character also understood that the magical beast would soon awaken. The chicken, in turn, continued to emit blinding streams of light, but in the end, he turned into something like a parrot, which surprised Tin and Nin. They began to believe that the fight was over, since such a small chick would not be able to help in any way. The snakes in turn rushed at the chicken again, but it managed to dodge the attack and rushed towards Wei. Among the club of poisonous creatures, the parrot saw the eyes of Teacher Feng. As a result, the powerful chick literally broke through several snakes. The chicken thus knocked down the arrogant teacher, and this became the turning point in the battle. Because the teacher couldn't do anything against the ordinary chick, he begged to stop the evaluation immediately, but the parrot suddenly began to peck at his head. However, Feng was unable to catch him, and the snakes did not help him in any way. As a result, the awakened chick simply pecked the teacher to death, after which he returned absolutely calmly to his joyful owner. Everyone was horrified. Long was furious and started shouting that they couldn't do anything with some students, after which Zhang saw Ruo and asked her to conduct the next round of testing. However, Dong decided to get ahead of the situation and called on Wen to give him the opportunity to conduct the exam. Long looked at him in bewilderment and asked again if he could really do it. Lei, in turn, assured that Fan's magic was on a completely different level, and he knew how to deal with him. Extremely surprised, Zhang asked what exactly he was planning to do. The teacher continued to convince him that he would shock everyone and that an accident might occur, which Wen was only glad about because he wanted to destroy the young master and his minions by any means necessary. So Long gave his approval, and Dong said that he would definitely not let him down this time. Soon Zhang rushed to inform everyone that the next round was about attack magic. Then he introduced the examiner, Lei, and the student who was to be assessed. It was Gu Wei who turned out to be the one. Shui was noticeably nervous, and the young cultivator hastened to calm her down, having stated that she will definitely succeed. The main thing is to believe in herself and her strength, adding that she uses very little magical power, but her speed makes up for it. Suddenly, Dong interrupted their dialogue, calling on the girl to finally enter the arena and fight him. As soon as Gu Wei entered the training grounds, Lei hurried to unleash a whirlwind on her. Thus, a huge tornado was approaching the young girl, but she stood still. A worried Tian urged her to immediately dodge the attack to avoid damage. However, the self-confident Shui said she had a completely different plan of action. As a result, she used two elements at the same time, releasing thunderbolts and freezing rain. Gu understood perfectly well that the teacher was right, and she should use her spells quickly. Thus, the ice cone was engulfed in numerous lightning bolts and broke through the vortex. It was a truly spectacular performance that everyone enjoyed. An overly confident Lei said that her speed was truly impressive. However, he has something special for her. At that moment, the ground under Wei's feet began to crack at the seams. Suddenly, electric discharges summoned by Dong rushed towards her. Shui tried to react quickly to figure out what to do and how to avoid failure. Realizing that the advantage was on his side, Lei hastened to attack the girl again. Gu Wei blocked his magical attack and instantly generated an ice structure, which she instantly directed at Dong, but he seemed to evaporate. The protagonist's student began to look around, not understanding where he had gone. It all happened too quickly, and she couldn't follow his movements. Meanwhile, Lei found himself behind Shui and rushed into another attack. At the same time, he had something sharp in his hand, which damaged the eye of Nin's young henchman. Thus, blood gushed out, and Gu Wei in turn did not have time to dodge. Dong continued to boast, saying that Fan clearly hadn't taught her such techniques. As a result, Shui immediately collapsed to the ground, covering her face with her hands. An enraged Tian shouted that this was against the rules, and Wei definitely used a sharp weapon. However, Long said there was nothing wrong with it, and a small incident occurred. The main character immediately grabbed him by the jacket and said that this was all for a reason. After all, Zhang clearly said something to his henchman before the battle to make him cross the line. A frightened Longwen said that he had no evidence, and that he was making groundless accusations against him. The young master ordered him to stop this evaluation immediately. Guan in turn hastened to calm the young cultivator and grabbed his hand, saying that this can indeed happen sometimes during testing. He added that student Fauna is not particularly eager to give up and intends to continue the exam. Ning was stunned by this turn of events and looked at his ward, who, with a bloody eye, reported that she was able to fight. But Lei urged her to stop this senseless heroism and finally admit defeat. However, such a stubborn girl could not be convinced, and she once again said that she was ready to continue the test. Dong, in turn, smiled and said that in that case he had no other choice. A moment later, he pounced on her with another series of ferocious attacks. Brave Xue continued to stand up to the teacher, which was naturally worthy of respect. Unexpectedly self-confident, Lei created a magical club and began to wield it. However, Gu Wei set up an ice defense just in time, preventing herself from being harmed. Thus, the girl was able to block the most powerful blow from Examiner Dong, after which she released a hail of ice spikes at him, which he did not have time to dodge. The teacher, in turn, found himself surrounded by frozen fragments. In doing so, Shui literally placed an ice sphere on Lei, which was extremely satisfying to realize. Realizing that she had hit the mark, Gu Wei came a moment closer to her victory. But suddenly Dong's frosty hand reached out to her, and the girl immediately jumped back. After which the examiner became enraged and said that he could not be defeated with such pathetic methods. Continuing his ferocious flame attacks, Lei intended to finish the evaluation as quickly as possible. Shui, in turn, understood that his fire easily melted her ice spikes. She then decided to use thunderbolts and fired one at him. But Dong had calculated everything and held back the blow. At the same time, he noted that her only strong point was the quick use of magic. But the spells themselves are of a fairly low level and cannot harm him. At that moment, he fired his magic arrows at her. Gu Wei instantly generated an ice shield. But her barrier was destroyed. The girl began to realize that she could not overcome him. Suddenly, she remembered her childhood, where her father was extremely dissatisfied with her, who stated that she had to work hard to consider herself part of their family. And with her current abilities, she has no chance of success. And this is something to think about. He also constantly decided everything for her and wanted to arrange an engagement with Ziyang. At that moment, Ning called on her over the loudspeaker not to give up, as he sincerely believed in victory. In this regard, Shui immediately took up a fighting stance and continued the battle. At the same time, she confidently said that she would never admit defeat. Dong, in turn, just laughed, once again declaring that she couldn't win. Gu Wei ignored him and continued using the ice wall. An embittered Lei said that she was just wasting her time and should have given up long ago. However, the protagonist's student had no intention of doing this, using another ice wall. A moment later, another magical barrier appeared in front of the teacher. Dong rushed to attack, intending to not give her the opportunity to use her skills. As a result, he literally broke through the wall and rushed towards the girl. But Shui once again brought down a frozen barrier on him, which covered him completely. Lei understood perfectly well that he would not have time to avoid this collision. He subsequently found himself right under another ice wall, but that wasn't the end of it. Dong moved slowly but steadily towards Gu Wei, who held him back with magic. The teacher tirelessly overcame obstacles and continued to slowly move towards her. At a certain point, Lei finally achieved his goal and got as close to Shui as possible. After which he hurried to deliver a powerful blow. Wei instantly flew to the side. Having received extremely painful injuries, she was in no hurry to give up. Having set up another magical barrier, Dong couldn't understand why she was so stubborn. Gu decided to literally seal him in an ice cylinder and hurried to implement her plan. So she surrounded Lei with ice walls on all sides and covered him with a frozen slab on top. Naturally, this did not change the course of the fight, but she had a chance to wear him out, because the teacher spent a lot of time and effort to get free. Zhu, in turn, was recovering her strength and waiting for another clash with the examiner. Suddenly, Dong collapsed the ice formation, causing a mist of steam to form. An enraged Lei shouted that she would only delay the irreversible and would still lose. Gu Wei immediately used thunderbolts and sent them towards the teacher. As a result, an explosion thundered and everything flashed with lightning. Fan was shocked by what was happening. Knowing what she intended, she created steam to send electrical discharges throughout the area. Dong, in turn, was in an extremely poor condition and could barely stand on his feet. The student was also amazed by her own skills, receiving a lot of damage. Zhu subsequently collapsed to the ground unconscious, and everyone was stunned by what had happened. At that moment, Lei also fell unconscious, and everyone froze, waiting for someone to rise. Long rushed to inform everyone about Gu Wei's failure, thinking that she had failed the assessment. Zhang argued that the girl was the first to fall to the ground. Tian was indignant, declaring that she had definitely passed the test and that he shouldn't nitpick over such trifles. Van immediately turned it around and said with a smile on his face that she couldn't get up, which meant the test had failed. Jan continued to behave aggressively, and the protagonist urged him to calm down, saying that he needed to help Shui as soon as possible, as she was in a deplorable state. Long, however, focused on the behavior of the young master student. The young cultivator listened carefully to his dissatisfaction and immediately struck. A frightened Zhang stepped back, indignantly asking what he was allowing himself to do. At that moment, a monster with a scythe appeared behind Ning. Fan said that Wen was taking on too much, and that is why he decided to teach him one extremely important lesson so that Long would not be so arrogant in the future. But suddenly Guan stood in his way and said that he had not been so cruel in the past, adding that he had apparently completely forgotten what had happened to his parents. Ning said that he shouldn't pretend to be decent, since they had never been close. Yuan looked at the arena and said that his young disciple suddenly stood up. This means that it has definitely become an assessment, and there can be no objections. He then turned to a stunned Zhang and asked if he agreed that Shui had passed the test. Wen answered positively, realizing that Ruo had actually lied to him about Fawn's powers. By then, Tian had come running to the exhausted and bloodied Gu Wei, asking if she was okay. The guy hurried to take her to the hospital so that she could receive immediate first aid. But Shui was only concerned about one thing. When she asked Yan if she had passed the test, the young man smiled and answered positively. Then the girl breathed a sigh of relief, saying that this was the most important thing. Long, in turn, hastened to announce the next round of the test, where defensive skills will be assessed, in which his humble servant, a teacher named Feng Chang, will take part. He will be opposed by Tiange, who is Ning's new disciple. Fan challenged Zi to demonstrate his abilities and remember what he had taught him. A disgruntled Zhang explained that if the student defeated the teacher, or repelled all attacks within an hour, he would pass the test. At the same time, Wen understood that Chang had a spell that increased his strength tenfold. Soon they entered the arena to finally test their abilities. Feng instantly rushed towards Tian, not giving him time to think. Everyone was looking forward to the spectacular fight. The main character was confident in Jiege. Thus the evaluation began, Chiang continuously raining down attacks on Tian. But the student defended himself extremely skillfully, using a magical barrier, and Feng began to understand that he was not so simple. Ji himself began to provoke the teacher, which, on the whole, he did quite well. Because the enraged examiner again thoughtlessly rushed into the attack, throwing out a multitude of blows, C seemed to be enjoying what was happening and even began to mock him. Inside the impenetrable barrier, he sat down and poured himself a glass of wine, urging the teacher to work harder. In response, Feng said that when he destroyed his barrier, the guy would be in trouble. Soon his strength did indeed increase, but he realized that he was no match for his young mentor. In this regard, he remembered how a couple of days ago a young cultivator taught him some skills. C asked to teach him how to attack, but the protagonist urged him to expand his magic shield. Ji pointed out that if he did this, the barrier would become more vulnerable. Ning repeated his demand. Then Tian finally began to follow Fawn's instructions and gradually expanded the shield. After some time, the barrier increased in size. Ning decided to test its strength. C, in turn, said that this was his limit and the barrier could not be expanded further. Fan tapped on the magic sphere, causing it to crack. Soon the shield collapsed completely. The guy said that he needed to make it stronger in order to learn to attack. The embittered young man agreed and began to diligently practice this technique. Meanwhile, Tian hurried to bring the wounded classmate to Chao in the infirmary. Li asked in surprise what had happened and why the girl was in such a state. Without explaining anything, Zhang Yang asked her to help Shui, as she might lose consciousness again. The stunned nurse urged him to carry Gu Wei to the treatment room, after which the door to the infirmary closed in front of him, and all he could do was wait for the results of the treatment. Xiao immediately began to heal her and asked who dared to beat Shui. Wei replied in a choked voice that it was her own fault, as she was overly stubborn. Li stated that she was clearly not suited for undercover work and that it needed to end. The student, in turn, suddenly grabbed her hand and began to ask her not to do this. Because she doesn't want to go back to her old life. Chao thought about it. At this time, Tin ran to the medical station and began telling Yan that he should prepare for the next assessment. The guy insisted that he would have time for everything, but now he was only worried about Shui's condition. A few minutes later, Dr. Li wheeled Gu Wei out in a wheelchair. Her face and most of her body were bandaged, and her classmates were horrified. Extremely concerned, Zhang inquired about Shui's condition. Xiao sighed heavily and said that she had multiple internal injuries and might also lose her sight. The embittered youth furiously said that he would make Long and his henchman Lei pay for this. Based on his words and behavior, Li concluded that there might be some kind of relationship between Wei and Yang. Meanwhile, half an hour passed, and Jiega asked the examiner to admit his defeat, who in turn unsuccessfully beat Tian's magical barrier, but was unable to break through it. Feng declared that the show was just beginning and tore his shirt. The student said that it was useless and that he could not bring down this shield, no matter how hard he tried. Naturally, Chang did not listen to him, and, having increased his strength, continued to deal crushing blows. For some time, the teacher continued to carry out a series of ferocious attacks, but all to no avail. Tian only laughed at his efforts, once again declaring that it would be better if he admitted defeat. However, at a certain point, the teacher was still able to achieve success, and the magical barrier began to chip. Realizing that everything could change in just a couple of blows, Feng began to strike more aggressively. But suddenly Gei reduced his shield and thus Chang missed, sending his fist into the ground. Tian noted that he had taken into account all the teacher's enhancements and naturally drew conclusions. Thus his barrier was once again completely intact, which of course infuriated the teacher, after which he again began to beat the restored magic shield. But suddenly Z abruptly expanded the boundaries of his sphere, taking Feng by surprise, so Chang simply flew out of the test site and crashed into the wall behind him. It seemed that the victory went to the self-confident Tian, who only laughed at the examiner. Having said that in order to check it, it was necessary to call a teacher of at least rank C. After all, the technique that his mentor taught him really helped him in battle. Ning, in turn, was extremely pleased with the result, and he received 100 trust points. A stunned Feng remarked that Jiege was simply incredible and quite strong. Tian himself did not miss the opportunity to once again call himself the strongest. He stated that he would soon have a new car and would be happy to show it to him. The protagonist did not approve of his student's behavior and slapped him on the back of the head, urging him not to behave in such a way, adding that he still needs to perfect his defensive barrier technique. Guan watched everything that was happening, realizing that the young master's disciples were truly strong. Feng began to say that Tian had crossed the line and had unfairly won this round, because he used a magic shield to carry out the attack, which is not allowed. An enraged Long ordered him to shut up immediately, claiming he had disgraced him, after which Zhang said that only the last round of evaluation remained, which they would clearly fail. Naturally, the young cultivator had a completely different opinion, and began to declare that he should admit his defeat, because at this point all his students have passed the test, and everything he says is just nonsense. At the same time, Ning acted extremely confidently and constantly provoked Wenlong. Then Zhang said that in the next fight he would personally evaluate the abilities of his henchmen. Yuan, extremely surprised, asked him if Wen would really fight. He added that in that case he would take the judge's seat and would be happy to watch it. Of course, Fan didn't like this idea, but he had no other choice. Soon Long came out into the arena and called Tian to conduct another test. Liu Guang asked the protagonist's disciple to go to the testing ground immediately. However, the guy never showed up, so Yuan declared that if he didn't show up within a minute, he would fail the exam. Zhang was still missing, which made the mentor quite nervous. A smug Long asked Fan if his student was simply scared. Ning knew that he was most likely still in the infirmary with Shui Gu Wei. In connection with this, he immediately asked Feng to go after him to the medical center to bring him to the arena. Chu immediately went to look for his classmate. Wen noticed that their class was one step away from disbanding. As soon as the teenager opened the door, an angry Tian literally flew out like a bullet. Feng was frightened by Yan and backed away. Zhang confidently moved towards Long. The guy was full of hatred and naturally wanted to take revenge on him for Shui Gu Wei. Tian confidently said with malice in his eyes that he was ready to undergo the assessment. The main character looked at the students with great attention and said that their abilities needed to be tested. Long angrily told the guy not to keep the audience waiting. Zhao clenched his fist. He told the man with excitement that they needed to wait a little longer. The warrior in white looked at the participants and said that everything was ready. They could begin. The man smiled very evilly and looked at his opponent. Long told the guy that he could admit defeat right then and there. He was ready to beat the student. Zhao's eyes lit up brightly. He sternly threatened the man that he would force him to check and pay. The student decided not to waste time. He swung his hand sharply and hit the man in the face. Long became very angry after the guy hit him. He jumped back sharply and glared at him. Zhang decided not to waste time. He swung his arm with all his might and prepared to hit Long in the face. The teacher managed to put his hand up and defended himself from the blow from Zhang's hand. The guy slammed his hand into the wall with all his might and it cracked. Long dodged down in time. The man put his hand to his face. He was getting ready to attack the guy in return. Long swung his arm very sharply and wanted to hit the guy with all his might. The student jumped above the ring in time. The teacher angrily shouted to the frightened student that his strength was weakening. Long's eyes lit up. He called the guy a loser in a stern voice. The man hit the student with his hand as hard as he could and shouted that he was a nobody. Zhao flew up sharply after the blow. The teacher shouted at the boy that he was very vulnerable. The student, after being hit by his opponents, flew high and hovered above the ring. Long stood on the floor and watched the guy. The man glared at the guy and shouted that he could only dream of taking revenge on him. Zhao flew down on the teacher and swung his arm to hit him with all his strength. Long swung his leg wide. He kicked the student away and he flew high into the air. The warrior looked at Zhao with concern and thought to himself that the guy had no more strength. This was a complete failure. Zhang fell to the floor after the flight. He raised his head and looked ahead. The fan was scared. He realized that the student no longer had any strength. It was a complete failure. A girl in a robe drove up to the door. She was pushing Xu in a wheelchair and told her that they needed to hurry because everything had started. The girl noticed with surprise how the door to the competition room had been broken down and turned to the side. The guest noticed with excitement how one fighter, after a powerful blow, flew up and hit the ceiling. Xu looked ahead in fear. Her companion shouted in fear that Zhang was starting to lose. The beaten fighter rose up after falling and looked angrily ahead. Long looked at the guy very angrily and said that his resistance was useless. Zhao swung his arm sharply and prepared to hit the man with all his strength. The student crushed his opponent with a powerful punch to the face. Long then flew far into the corner of the ring. The beaten man lay motionless in the corner of the ring, unconscious. Zhao looked at the beaten teacher with anger and fear. He decided to finish him off. Shui sat bandaged in the wheelchair. She thought about Zhang Tian with fear. Zhao approached the beaten teacher and in an angry voice threatened that he would settle scores with him. The protagonist stood on the balcony with the warrior. They closely watched the battle in the ring. The fans said in a dissatisfied voice that if the student continued to be angry, he would not be able to pass the assessment. The girl swung her hand and slammed it on the door. She sternly called out to the protagonist. The partner sternly and angrily said that if Zhang continued in the same spirit, he would no longer be a rival for long. The girl sternly demanded that the protagonist do something about his student. The fan was dissatisfied because the girl didn't give him time to think. The warrior looked at the student and said that he was getting out of control. Zhang forgot everything he learned in grade 8. The main character was very scared and worried when he heard such words from the fighter. The fan turned around and glanced at the stern girl behind him. He realized that everything could be exactly like this. The main character called out to Zhang's student from the balcony with a joyful voice. The student continued to fight, standing and covering himself with his hands. The teacher turned to him and demanded that he listen to him. The protagonist commanded the surprised boy in a stern voice to remain calm. He had to control his spirit and chi. Long flew forward at the guy and stretched his legs out in front of him. He shouted that the student was finished. The main character shouted to the beaten student that he was still very strong. A battered warrior in torn clothes wanted to say something. Next to him was a fighter in a white shirt. The fighter said in a weakening voice that if his opponent found himself in a disadvantageous position, he would simply come back and hit him. The warrior said thoughtfully that he never thought about Magi being versatile in combat, but the boxer only has himself. The warrior raised his hand up to the glowing ceiling. He said in a thoughtful voice that the darker the situation, the calmer a fighter should be. The boy extended his hand forward, and a stronger glow appeared near it. He said in a thoughtful voice that a warrior must conceal his spirit and chi. He must also use every ounce of his strength to break free from his lowest point. The guy looked carefully ahead and said that if the warrior did everything exactly like this, he would fully reveal his power. A fighter in a white suit stood behind the students and reminded them that they should agree with each other and hide their spirit and chi. Zhang concentratedly repeated to himself that they needed to agree with each other and hide their spirit and chi. The student listened very attentively in front of him. He continued to hear the teacher's words. Long, with his legs stretched out in front of him, flew towards the student and shouted that it was the end for him. The guy very sharply and quickly dodged the man's blow. The opponent was unable to hit him. Zhang said to himself in a dissatisfied voice that he had forgotten about a very important thing. The man jumped on top of the rope and shouted in an angry voice at his opponent that he was not finished yet. Long turned around during the attack and asked the guy in an angry voice, "Why is he dreaming in the midst of battle?" Long looked at the guy very angrily and menacingly and shouted that this was the end for him. Zhang stood and held his hand behind his back. He was able to repel his opponent with a powerful blow. The warrior in white clothes looked closely at the student. He thought that Zhang's chi had cooled or calmed down. The main character stretched out his hand forward and called out to Zhang in a very frightened voice. The warrior said in a thoughtful voice that such evaluation and the use of excessive outside assistance could lead to disqualification. The protagonist thought sadly to himself that he would leave the rest to Zhang. The man glared at the student. He realized with displeasure that the boy had become much stronger. Long shouted at his opponent in an angry and confident voice that he would definitely lose. The man kicked away sharply and jumped up to hit his opponent with all his might. Zhang swung his arm and prepared to fight off his opponent. Long swung his hand with all his might and hit the student's hand. Long flew back after an unsuccessful attack and punch. Zhang flew back and hit his back in the corner of the ring. The student stood and looked ahead through the clouds of dust. He saw the silhouette of his opponent. Long told the guy in surprise that with little power he was actually an S-class genius. Sui watched the student's battle with great excitement. She even tried to stand up. The girl pulled back the bandage on her face. She shouted words of support to Zhang in a frightened voice. The beaten guy was lying in the hospital. It was very difficult for him to come to his senses. The student repeated to himself in an exhausted voice that all this was supposed to be a small procedure. The patient was strapped to the bed with a lot of wires coming out of him. He said in a disgruntled voice that it didn't look like a minor procedure. A man with long hair and glasses handed the chainsaw to the patient and shouted that he shouldn't worry and that he would cure him. The man extended the chainsaw forward towards the patient and said in an angry voice that it was almost done. Long glared at the guy and asked sternly, could it really be that he was an S-class genius with such little power? The man swung his arm wide and prepared to finish off his prone opponent. Zhu shouted words of encouragement to the student in a frightened voice. Zhang looked ahead in fear and managed to duck in time from his opponent's blow. Long continued to hit the student with very powerful punches. Zhang jumped back. The man glared at this guy and sternly shouted that he wanted to see how long he could dodge. Zhang protected his body with his hands so that Long's hand would not hit him too hard. The man hit the guy with all his might and he flew back far. Zhang was able to stay on his feet after his opponent's attack. He stopped near the edge of the ring. The student told himself in a stern voice that he had to calm down. He couldn't let his anger get the better of him. The guy swung his arm with all his might and hit Long's hand. There was a very bright explosion. Zhang swung his arm with all his might and hit the surprised Long's head with his hand. The student was surprised to notice how, after his blow, his opponent flew far away from him. Zhang said to himself in an excited voice that his chance had come. He couldn't ruin everything here. Long stood in clouds of smoke. He told the guy in an angry voice that he had underestimated him. A bright glow appeared around the man. He shouted at the guy for making him use his trump card. The student could now be proud of himself, even if he hadn't passed the assessment. Long suddenly took off and ran forward at full speed towards the guy with his hand outstretched. The man swung and tried to hit the guy in the head with all his might. The student managed to run back in time. Zhang threatened his rival in an angry voice that he would make him pay for shui wei. Zhang managed to jump to the side very quickly and run back to Long. The student shouted at the man in an angry voice that he would make him pay for the shui wei. Long swung his arm and hit the guy in the stomach with all his might. Zhang managed to stay on his feet after being hit by his opponent. A bright red glow appeared around him. The man looked around in fear. He didn't notice that the student was standing next to him and looking at him angrily. Long continued to wave his arms angrily in all directions. Zhang stood silently behind him. The student swung his leg with all his might and unexpectedly hit Long in the back from behind. The man was surprised when he realized his opponent was behind him. Zhang kicked the fighter in the back with all his might. After a very powerful blow from a student, Long flew high into the air and hit the ceiling. The man, after flying upwards, came back down and landed in the ring with his arms outstretched. The man looked carefully to the side and noticed some silhouette in the clouds of smoke. Zhang stretched his leg forward in midair and slapped his surprised opponent across the face with all his might. Long was unable to defend himself from the opponent's attack and was sent flying far back after the powerful blow. A beaten student in a hospital gown walked down the corridor on crutches. He was all bandaged up. The patient with crutches said with displeasure that the doctor was definitely deceiving him. Suddenly, the guy heard some suspicious noise from the side. He looked there in fear. Something hit the wall of the building very hard. It cracked and started to fly apart. The frightened patient saw an unfamiliar man break through the wall and fly next to him. Long caught the guy in mid-flight, and he flew out of the building. The patient fell to the ground. There were cracks around him. A battered Long lay on top. The warrior said in a stern and unambiguous voice that student Zhang had completely passed the assessment. The guy from the balcony looked closely at the ring. Beaten fighters lay there. He said that the former S-class genius had reclaimed his throne. The warrior said in a thoughtful voice that this time he would personally apply for promotion for Class D. She stood up and helped his friend up. Zhang asked again about the promotion in a surprised voice. Li shouted to his friends in an excited voice that they no longer had to worry about being expelled. Yan said in a sly voice that they had defeated the teacher of Class B. They could have been transferred to Class A. The protagonist told the girl that she should be okay. Everyone performed well today. The fan excitedly told the students that the day wasn't over yet. He promised to treat everyone to barbecue after school. The students raised their hands in unison and shouted that of course they would go. The students were sitting at a table in a restaurant and drinking together. They clinked their glasses. The students were happily consuming food and drinks at a large table. Fan told his friends to slow down a bit. The fan joyfully told his friends that they had all worked hard and could now enjoy the treat. At that moment, a woman approached from the side and slammed her hand on the table. Xiao sat down next to the main character and called out to him with displeasure. The guy couldn't understand why the woman had to come here. A young man and woman in hospital gowns sat at a table, looking terrified. The woman pointed sternly at the students and asked the protagonist why he allowed the wounded students to eat meat. Yan held food in her hands. She glanced at the woman and suggested that she eat with them. A huge stone golem came up behind the woman and sat her down at the table. Xiao angrily told the students that she was not so easily persuaded. Xiao smiled and told the teacher that she felt safe with her. The woman told the students in a dissatisfied voice that she would eat with them only this time. Chu looked at the plate in front of him with great excitement and surprise. He saw that his food had disappeared. The astonished students looked at the tray on the table with great surprise. They couldn't understand where the meat had gone. He held the chopsticks in his hands. He was unhappy that someone took his meat. Shu put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that his meat had disappeared from his plate. Li held the chopsticks in his mouth and said in a weak voice that this was all very strange. The students argued angrily among themselves about the missing meat. Fan said cheerfully that Tianga had blended in well with the class. A student anxiously asked the guy when he planned to choose a plant to grow his hair. The fan told his partner that they would decide together tomorrow. The student sat at the table and tried to grab a piece of food with chopsticks. Fan told the girl that the students passed the exam thanks to her help. The partner smiled at the guy and explained that this is exactly what she does. The woman was sitting to the side, talking to someone on the phone. She said that everything was exactly like that. Hao told her partner that the girl Shui was seriously injured and they must take revenge. On the second day, the protagonist and the students approached the doors of Class D. It was sealed. Li looked at the entrance to the classroom in surprise and said that the door was sealed and closed. There was a sign on the door. The classroom was sealed, and the use of educational equipment was suspended. One of the students said that the finance department was to blame. Fan swung his leg with all his might and kicked the door to open it. The protagonist looked around the office. He said in a dissatisfied voice that such a devious method couldn't be used to deal with them. The teacher glanced around and noticed with surprise that there were no desks inside the classroom. Li said in a dissatisfied voice that all the furniture had been taken out. He felt that he had already gotten used to it. She turned around and began to whisper something into his friend's ear with interest. He was asking him for something. Shi asked his friend in a sly voice to finally do it. Li shouted joyfully and called the student a genius. The main character turned around and sternly asked the students, "What are they talking about?" The students spitefully promised the teacher that they would take care of the finance department. They would make sure their furniture was returned to them. The student ran down the corridor at full speed. He approached the school employee's door. Shi opened the door wide. A man was sitting inside. He looked at the guest with fear. The student asked the man very angrily, could it really have been all him? The frightened man raised his hands in front of him and asked the guy what class he was from. The worker asked the student in a frightened voice what he wanted. After a short pause, the man opened his eyes. He realized that the guy didn't want to attack him. The student suddenly grimaced, and tears appeared on his face. He screamed in fear. The guy fell to the floor and started screaming in fear that he was in a lot of pain. The worker told the student in a frightened voice that if he was in pain, he should go to the infirmary, not to the finance department. She shouted in a loud and frightened voice that the teacher had hit someone and that it was very painful for him. The frightened man shouted at the guy that he couldn't do anything. At this moment, Shi looked into the office and took a photo of the worker with his camera. The man asked the guy with displeasure what he was doing. The guy near the door said in a stern voice that he was passing by and noticed how the teacher was bullying a student. She angrily demanded that the man return the equipment to Class D. Li sternly threatened the employee that his photo might get out. The man was very scared. He answered the students in a trembling voice that he did not agree. She demanded that the worker hand over the confiscated equipment and furniture. Li sternly threatened the man that their patience might snap. The employee explained to the guests in a disgruntled voice that there was a surveillance camera in his office. The students were scared. They realized that their plan would no longer be successful. The worker carefully opened the door and brought a tray with tea and napkins into the office. The guy asked the warrior with displeasure why he had gathered them all here. The man sat at the table and looked attentively at the book. He didn't say anything. The girl blew out steam from her cup and said that everything should be interesting. The worker placed the cup on the table in front of the customer. The warrior told his partners that Class D had won the evaluation and they had also defeated the teacher of Class B, so Class D deserved a promotion. The guy looked at his partners with interest and asked what they thought about it. A teacher named Ouyang Hua held a glass in his hand. He said in a dissatisfied voice that the teacher was too soft with the students. A teacher named Wen Ruin said in a thoughtful voice that she was satisfied with a simple promotion to Class D. The man continued to sit with the book and read it attentively. He did not say anything. The girl with green eyes said in a joyful voice that this group of children is very talented. They can get a promotion. Ouyang turned around and looked to the side in surprise, and said that Teacher Diao did too. The warrior in white clothes told his companions in a calm voice that the issue had been resolved. The guy headed for the exit. The girl followed him out with Ruin. Ouyang asked Selua with displeasure. Why did he not have any opinion? He also hated Fanya. The village sat and carefully read a book. He said that the students could be promoted to Class S. They definitely have abilities. The worker stood near the front door and listened attentively. Ouyang turned around with displeasure and asked the man why he was doing the same. A teacher named Selo said in a thoughtful voice that the protagonist had not yet come to his senses. He was not qualified enough to teach students of Class S. Ouyang joyfully told his partner that they would lure the main character over. Then Fan could run away. The guy inside the room laughed happily and shouted to the man that it looked just like him. The worker walked out into the corridor and adjusted his cap. He said in an excited voice that Zhang Tianyang wants to return to Class S. He must come up with a plan. Lu looked at the guest in surprise and asked, "Does he really still want to bother him?" After this, the man suddenly fell to his knees. It was as if an invisible force had struck him. Lu was kneeling and looking down at the floor in front of him. He didn't understand what had happened. At this time, the main character entered the office. He said that Teacher Lu was in front of him now. The fan said to the man in a displeased voice that he couldn't bear his gift. The boy activated a skill called Bow to the Master on the teacher. The angry Lu asked the guy with displeasure what he had done to him. The man fell to his knees again. Fan continued to use his skill on him. The protagonist leaned over and told the man that he had already realized his mistake. He wanted to forgive him for his apology. Liu told his partner that he shouldn't be so arrogant. The protagonist began to study the man with the help of a magical eye. He wanted to talk to him about the issues regarding Class D. The man knelt down and told the boy that it was impossible. Liu had been wounded in a battle in the past. He couldn't use the Call of Life, but he could summon a white tiger. The fan certainly looked at the teacher and offered to make a deal with him. Liu answered the guy with displeasure that he had nothing he wanted to tell him. The fan told the man that a couple of years ago he was trapped. As a result, his summoned beast fell into a deep sleep. The boy told the teacher that he could help him summon his beast. The teacher told the boy in a displeased voice that no one would believe his nonsense. The protagonist told the students that they would now return. Shai answered the guy that he agreed. A surprised Liu looked at them from behind. The main character told the teacher in a sly voice that he initially wanted to invite him to cure his baldness. The man remembered with displeasure how everyone around him insulted him and called him bald. Liu suddenly rushed forward and grabbed the protagonist by the leg to stop him. The man grabbed the guy by the leg and asked fearfully, "Can he prove it?" The main character looked at the man happily and said that he could easily do it. A bright glow appeared near the boy's head. He extended his hand forward and told the man that he would first summon his beast. The girl stood near the classroom D. She said in a dissatisfied voice that she was very bored. Yan, standing near the door, told the students that they weren't bored at all. The students watched happily as the magical bird ate food from her hand. Several guys approached from the side. They said that the worst class in the school doesn't even attend classes. Jan looked at them in surprise. Fighter Wang angrily asked the guy, "Did he really break his arm?" Next to him stood a Class S summoner named Qi Lei. Van angrily asked the student why he was still using plaster. The guy next to him asked his partners with displeasure why they were still there. Zhang said that he wanted to deal with it himself. He angrily extended his hand forward and shouted at the students to hurry up and get lost. The main character looked sternly at the man and said that he must definitely follow his instructions. The students stood to the side and looked at the teacher with great surprise. A courier in yellow clothes approached from the side. He brought a delivery for Mr. Ning. Fan glanced happily to the side. The courier placed a large yellow box on the floor in front of the teacher. The fan looked at the man happily, and with a smile, and told him that they would begin preparations. Liu asked the guy in a dissatisfied voice, "Can't they really change anything?" Fan looked at the man with great anger, and asked if he wanted to see his summoned beast. He demanded that Liu do what he told him to do. Liu looked carefully at the table with boxes of food. He was ready to devour it. The protagonist stood near the door. He told the man to try to summon his beast while he ate. Liu asked the guy in surprise, "Will he really have to eat all of this?" The student stood joyfully at the door. Lee shouted in a cheerful voice that he was the only one whose mouth was watering just looking at the food. Liu hit his hand with the knife. A bright red glow appeared near it. The man shouted in a joyful voice that he didn't care, and he wanted to do it. Liu grabbed a piece of food with his chopsticks and prepared to eat it. The man, without wasting any time, devoured food from plates using chopsticks. The teacher brought a small piece of fish with chopsticks to his mouth. He found it tasty. Suddenly, very bright blood spurted out of the teacher's wound in his hand. The man looked at the yellow light coming from his hand in surprise. He said that perhaps that was it. The teacher was surprised to see a small yellow cat appear in front of him. The teacher hugged the cat. He said that they would fight together from now on. The animal was unhappy. It started hitting the man with its paws. The cat shouted to the man that it smelled really bad. The protagonist glanced happily at the cat in the man's arms. He said that cats are very sensitive to smells. Scents can awaken a person's contracted animal. The summoned pet is very weak and needs to be careful. The teacher held the cat in his arms in front of him. Liu gave the main character 500 trust points. The protagonist stared intently at the system window. His trust points and awakening percentage increased. The owner now had the opportunity to activate a new ability. The fan thought to himself with displeasure that he needed 1,000 trust points to unlock the new feature. Liu fell to his knees in front of the boy and said he would follow him everywhere. Fan thought to himself that he wouldn't rush into activating the new skill just yet. He wanted to wait until his trust points increased. The protagonist told the student to take the equipment back to Class D. Lee happily told the teacher that he would do everything. The student turned around and wanted to call his friend with him. He noticed with surprise that Shur had disappeared somewhere. Someone called the main character on the phone. He reached out and took the device. She told the protagonist that she was approaching the school gates and waiting for him to come out. Nearby, Lee scolded his friend Shifeng in a displeased voice. She reminded the guy that they were supposed to go pick medicinal herbs today. Fan answered his partner in a frightened voice that he hadn't forgotten. Fan decided not to waste time. He went to the window and opened it. He prepared to jump down. The boy jumped out of the window and landed on the ground. He thought angrily that the stupid and bald teacher had wasted all his time. He put his hand on the student's shoulder. He asked the guests in a displeased voice where they came from and demanded that they get lost. Wang looked at the students very angrily and said that Zhang now had a patron. Qi looked ahead with displeasure and said that he was only here for Zhang. The rest should get lost. He looked angrily at the student and shouted that he wanted to see what he would do. The student stretched out his hand in front of him. He saw a large, thick cloud of smoke appear in front of him. Qi stood and held his hand in front of him. He wanted to say something to his opponent. He stood under the protective dome. He said it was just a blow from a village beast. Qi looked angrily ahead and said in a slow voice that this was a turtle defense. The fighter decided to rush forward and try to break through the student's protective dome. Qi came close to the protective blue dome and tried to break through it with his hand. Qi stretched his hand forward in front of him and activated the expansion of the protective dome. The student suddenly felt himself being carried away from the barrier. Qi stood under the protective covering. Qi suddenly jumped to the side of the dome and flipped over in flight. Qi flew high up to the ceiling and prepared to attack the student from below under the dome. The student looked angrily at his opponent and told him not to get ahead of himself. Qi looked ahead with displeasure and only managed to shout something. The protective dome shattered and Qi began to fall from a great height from the building onto the street. The frightened Z fell down from a great height, and Qi flew above him. Two fighters fell from a great height to the ground, sending up large clouds of dust on the road. Van stretched out his hand in front of him and looked at the street in surprise. He said in a joyful voice that the guy had really become serious. Now this place needs some repairs. Yen ran up to the guy from the side. They looked at the fallen student with fear and called out his name. Qi stretched out his hand forward and lifted his beaten opponent off the ground. Chu, in a protective dome, was quietly descending from above. He prepared to attack Qi. Chu looked down in fear and called out to the student. He wanted to help him. The student landed in front of Qi after his flight and prepared to attack him. The fighter still held Sei by the collar and prepared to throw him to the student. Chu looked ahead with great fear. He realized that he needed to find a way to break the protective barrier. Qi swung his arm and threw the student away from him. Z knocked Chu off his feet in midair. The beaten Chu lay on the ground. On top of him lay Sei, completely unconscious. Zhang looked down at the ground from the building in fear and shouted that this was enough. Qi glared at the student and said that he had come to find him first. He demanded that Zhang come to him so they could finish the final competition. The student in the hospital gown looked down and said in a mournful voice to the fighter that he agreed. The girl next to him wanted to stop him and extended her hand. Yang worriedly told her friend that he was still injured and shouldn't cause any trouble. The girl was upset that Qi dared to offend her friends. The girl thought to herself in fear and wanted to remember where exactly Ningfan played. The main character and his girlfriend ran forward in fear and were breathing very heavily. Fan ran at full speed, carrying his girlfriend in his arms. Huge, predatory bees followed the people. She lay in the protagonist's arms. He extended his hand forward toward the bees and demanded that they be frozen. Large ice crystals flew away from the girl and began to freeze the insects. The fan turned around and asked his girlfriend with displeasure if she had meant these bees when she mentioned the danger. His partner replied that there shouldn't be any poisonous insects in this area. Their actions were abnormal. The guy asked the girl in surprise, "Can someone really control bees from the outside?" Fan continued running forward. He noticed how the insects around him continued to fly. The main character looked around carefully and saw predatory insects flying around. Fan stood surrounded by insects. He demanded that the invisible stranger come out. An unfamiliar silhouette surrounded by bees shouted to the guy and girl that everything would be as they were. The man in the white suit held a small pot of incense in front of his pants. He looked sternly at his partner and said he'd initially been looking for the long-haired monster. He ended up getting an extra bonus. The stranger asked his partners, were they really sent by users of orthodox abilities? The main character and his girlfriend decided to attack a stranger using magic. Fan and the girl used freezing magic and an explosive shield against the man. The protagonist raised his finger and a fire appeared near it. He told the stranger that he had gotten involved with the wrong people. The protagonist activated a skill called Blazing Sky. A bright flame surrounded him. The stranger looked at the boy in fear. The surprised man with the pot in his hand said that the guy was using many different abilities at the same time. The man suddenly saw with horror how the pot in his hand shattered into pieces. The fan told his opponent in an angry voice that all the unexpected was behind him. The man was very shocked. He clearly felt that he was in great danger. An unfamiliar man lay unconscious on the ground. The protagonist glanced at him and told the girl that they could have beaten him up badly. Fan and his girlfriend listened carefully. They sensed a suspicious noise nearby. The main character asked the girl with great excitement, "What are those sounds next to them?" The partner told the guy with fear that they heard a long-haired monster. He could have come here with a man. The guest's purpose could have been spiritual medicine. The fan looked ahead with displeasure and told his girlfriend that he had gotten out of there quickly. The fat man really was a fool. She walked calmly along the school corridor all alone. There was silence all around. The student said cheerfully that he just needed to return to class and wait for the chairs and tables to return. The boy looked ahead and couldn't understand what had happened. She looked ahead in surprise and saw huge clouds of smoke and stones. The student in glasses looked closely and noticed with surprise that in front of him was a student from Class S. Van stood and looked ahead with great attention. Shur couldn't understand why this guy appeared here. Shur looked ahead attentively and fearfully. He didn't understand why the unfamiliar guy was here. Yan looked angrily at the student and said that he had harmed her friends. She was not finished with him yet. The girl pulled out the magical hair and commanded her stone golem to come out. A stone monster with glowing eyes appeared from the side and looked forward angrily. A huge steel robot suddenly appeared from the side and began to attack the golem. A demonic knight in steel armor climbed the side of the building and managed to break off the stone monster's head. Yang stood and watched in great surprise. Van looked ahead in surprise and told the girl not to talk to him as if he didn't exist. The steel warrior continued to stand and hold the head of the stone golem in his hands. Yan pointed her hand to the side and told her chick to fly there and attack. The chick rushed forward at full speed and flew past the steel knight. Van looked at the chick and said in a thoughtful voice that this summoned beast was very interesting. Yan commanded the chick in a very stern voice to attack the student. Van stretched out his hand forward and made a cut in it with the help of a huge blade. Van summoned a demonic beast girl to his aid. The guy angrily told his rival that her beast was simply worthless. The predator with teeth angrily attacked the chick and growled very menacingly. The frightened bird got scared and flew away to its owner. The girl got scared too. She glanced sideways with excitement at his beaten friends Chufeng and Xia. The predator rushed towards the frightened girl. Shi himself silently called Yang big-headed sister. The student looked closely at the frightened Zhang Tian next to him. Shi thought to himself with excitement that his friends must have known what would happen if they insulted Class S. The guy decided that it would be finished with him if he took even one step. The frightened guy closed his eyes. He kept repeating to himself that he needed to leave. Van, without turning around, told the student that he was even uncomfortable looking at him. The fighter said angrily that the Shi might not even dare to attack him. An angry Shi pointed his hand forward. There was a pink glow near it. Yan turned around, very frightened. She called out to Shi. The predator was still standing in front of her. The student looked angrily ahead. He shouted at the girl to go and help herself and others. The lying Xia told his friend that the fighter would not be able to attack him if he simply flew away. Chu, frightened, asked his partner what would happen to him if he left now. Chi swung his arm and prepared to hit his opponent. He angrily asked, "Will he be able to escape from this?" The student swung his arm wide and tried to finish off Chu with all his strength. Suddenly, a group of large golems appeared in front of the boy. The monster told him that from that moment on, the situation had changed. Chi told the mutant in an angry voice that none of them would be able to hit him. The guy turned around and started running at full speed. He shouted to the golem that he could come to him himself if he had the opportunity. The main character and his companion stood near a huge cave. She told the guy that they needed to hurry to pick up the rare herb. Fan anxiously warned his partner that someone was approaching them. The guests looked around in fear and noticed someone's red eyes glowing in the cave. The demonic animal spread its paws to the side and screamed at the man. A mysterious animal fell to the ground near the guy. The fan was surprised when he realized it was a hairy monster next to him. Suddenly, a stranger from the cave launched a bright lightning bolt to destroy the horde of monsters. Lightning struck the hairy little animal. It screamed in fear and displeasure. The boy stretched out his hand forward and grabbed the bright lightning with it to protect the animal. The stranger in the cave asked the guests with displeasure who dared to stop his whip. The girl grabbed the little animal in her arms. The protagonist told the stranger that killing wild animals is illegal. The man told the guests in a dissatisfied voice that Aji was supposed to guard the forest. He didn't understand how they got there. Fan told his partner in a sly voice that he had hit the man in the forest a little harder than usual. The man swung his whip and wanted to hit the guy. He shouted that he would kill him. Fan looked at Aid with displeasure and thought that he was very grumpy. He used the Lord's Eye on him. The man fell to his knees and raised his hands. He shouted something menacingly and called for help. The fan came up behind Hell and in a very stern voice demanded that he get up. Ada stretched out his hand in front of him and activated a bright network. He shouted at the guy that he would kill him. Fan stretched out his hand in front of himself and blocked the bright lightning strike. A demonic monster in a death suit suddenly appeared in front of the frightened man from the side. The demon swung his huge axe wide and chopped off Hell's weapon. A man with a bright blade near his head told the guy in a very frightened voice that they could come to an agreement. Ada fell to the ground and screamed that it hurt a lot. The main character and his girlfriend were standing next to him. The hairy monster ran joyfully towards the cave. There, someone's red eyes were glowing everywhere. A whole group of hairy monsters were stepping forward to meet their pet. Fan stood surrounded by demonic hairy monsters. They quietly talked to each other. The main character looked around in surprise and could not understand what was happening. Scared as hell stood surrounded by small hairy monsters. The girl waved her hand to the animals and thanked them. She said goodbye to them. The companion told the guy with a smile that the beasts seemed grateful to her. They weren't as ferocious as in the books. Fan stood and held a huge load on his back. He told the girl that everything in the book could have been written incorrectly. The protagonist asked his girlfriend with a smile how much grass they had for hair growth. Behind him were huge sheaves. The girl told her friend with a smile that it was already late and they needed to go home. The man angrily asked the guy from behind, "Is he really sure that he can leave?" Ada stretched out his hand forward, and a bright lightning bolt appeared near his finger. The man sternly demanded that the frightened boy put the herbs down. He promised to give him an easy death. The main character told the man in a sly voice to first look at what was behind his back. Ada got angry and a bright lightning bolt appeared near his hand. He threatened the guy that he would kill him. Suddenly, someone's huge hand reached out from behind and grabbed the man. The man turned around in fright and saw himself being grabbed from behind by a huge hairy monster. Ada was very scared. The monster looked at him angrily with burning eyes. Fan looked happily ahead and said that everything written in the book turned out to be true. She happily agreed with him. The next day, Lee came to Class D very happily and greeted the students. The beaten students looked at their friend in silence and with dissatisfied glances. He was holding a piece of food in his hands. He asked his friends in fear, "Did they really fight?" She told his friend that yesterday the students from Class S came to them and caused trouble. The beaten Zhang told his friends in a frightened voice that it was all his fault. The guy said in a sad voice that he had to become stronger himself in order to restore justice for everyone. C slammed his fist on the table with all his might. He shouted that he couldn't stand it either. Jan looked at her friends and asked in a dissatisfied voice, "Don't they have enough troubles?" Two fighters suddenly entered the room. Van greeted the surprised students. The beaten Van told the students in an angry voice that he never thought they would dare to go to school. Yan asked the student in a dissatisfied voice what she wanted to do again. Van told the students in an angry voice that today they wanted to come to an agreement with them. A fighter named Sun Si sternly told the students that he wanted to find a spirit boy in their class. She was very surprised. He looked at the guest with fear and did not answer him. Sun asked Shah angrily, "Is it really he who is the spirit boy?" There were a lot of people near the entrance to the institute. The main character told the warrior that his face was very terrible early in the morning. The fighter in white clothes told his partner that there would be a meeting this morning about the test and the D-class promotion. Everyone should go with him. Fan asked his partner if he had told his superiors about this. People in the crowd were surprised when they heard that a student from Class D had defeated a teacher from Class B. The student happily told the girl that the whole school knew about it. The protagonist listened attentively to the students' conversations. One of them said that Class D was badly damaged after a fight with Class S. The fan got really angry when he heard such words from the girls. The warrior placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder from behind. He said they would talk about it after the meeting. The director would be there. The fan became very worried when he heard from his partner that the director would be at the meeting. Shan sat and carefully studied the document in his hands. He said that a problem had appeared in the Class D test that had caused Shui Wei's injury. The man said that Chief Examiner Long should be removed. The man at the side asked the frightened Long if he wanted to say anything. Long said in a dissatisfied voice that Dong Lei had lost to Shui Wei before, and this time he was deliberately taking revenge for his grievance. The man at the table shouted angrily at his partner that he was talking nonsense. Long showed a photograph in his hands. He said it was proof of Dong Lei's shots. The warrior sternly told the teacher that he would not be able to escape responsibility. He reminded him that Long had defected to Dong Lei's side at that time. The man, without turning around, said that Dong Lei had been expelled from school due to his serious mistake. He was also responsible for injuring a student. Teacher Long would now be responsible for managing logistics instead of being the homeroom teacher. Long wanted to say something in his own defense. The director angrily yelled at him to shut up. Director Diao Guoyu told the man in a stern voice that he could submit his resignation if he had any objections. The warrior glanced calmly to the side and said that most of the students had already reached level S strength. He believed that this class should be raised. After a very powerful blow from a student, Sha flew to the side and the desk broke under him. The fighter's son looked at the student very angrily and called him a weak chicken. Wang sternly demanded that Zhang kneel before him and bow. He promised to spare him. Jan angrily told the fighter that her friend wouldn't do such a thing. She wasn't going to give him any of her friends. Suddenly, the door to the classroom opened sharply. Sun turned around and looked away with excitement. Yan looked ahead with great fear and noticed that the main character had entered the classroom. The fan entered the room and said in a dissatisfied voice that he had been gone for one day, but something had already happened. The fan turned around and said in an angry voice that he wanted to see who dared to mock his students. Jiao looked angrily ahead and said that Ning Fan might come into the office. The meeting participants sat silently at the table and waited for someone to come to them. A silhouette suddenly appeared in the door. Everyone expected it to be a fan. A man entered the office fully dressed in clothes similar to the main characters. Director Diao asked the guest with displeasure, "Does he really dare to skip the meeting?" The main character entered the office and said in a stern voice that he wanted to see who was bullying his students. Van looked at the students in surprise and asked why they didn't fight him. Van looked at the student and said that he was a pile of trash. He was just waiting for the teacher to take revenge on him. Jan looked at the guest with great displeasure and angrily asked who he called trash. Fan put his hand over the girl's shoulder. He told Van that his students could easily remove him from the class rankings. The fighter angrily told the protagonist that he might have suffered brain damage after being wounded. The fan calmly told his partner that he could choose any of his fighters to try out. Van told the protagonist in an angry voice that he agreed to his proposal. The fighter pointed his finger sternly at student Se and said that he was choosing him. C looked at the fighter with interest and said that he didn't have long to live. He chose the strongest opponent in this class. The main character slapped the student sharply on the back and shouted that he had been chosen. The fan looked sternly at the guy and said that he wanted to tell him something. The fan stood behind the student and told him that he should listen to him carefully now. The protagonist hugged his student and began giving him various recommendations. Van stood behind him and watched closely. The fan demanded in a stern voice that the student try and not be soft. He looked angrily at the fighter and asked if he was ready to be beaten. Suddenly, he sat down on the ground and covered his head with his hands from above. The main character and Vanya stood and looked at the frightened fighter with great surprise. The main character thought, frightened. He realized that in the future he couldn't hit himself. The protagonist stood on the platform and told the fighters that they should begin. Van stood opposite Se. He stood inside the protective dome. He angrily told his opponent that he would be gentle with him. A pink flame appeared on Vanya's hand. He angrily told his opponent that he only thought he was amazing. Suddenly, a huge predatory wolf with 3 heads and glowing eyes appeared in front of the guy. Van angrily told his opponent that he must be ready to pay for justice. He stood under the protective dome, calmly watching as the demonic predator pounced on him. Suddenly, the blue protective dome exploded and large spikes flew off from the side of it. The fan looked happily ahead and said that this child learns very quickly. The demonic wolf was pierced by sharp spikes after attacking the protective dome. C stood calmly, a blue arch protected, and looked ahead. The body of a demonic wolf rested on sharp spikes. The student glared at his opponent and said that he found his advanced version of the challenge funny. The guy suddenly fell to the ground and covered his head with his hands. C looked angrily at his opponent and said that his version of the challenge was very funny. At this point, the student's trust points in the teacher increased. Van extended his hand forward, and a pink glow appeared next to it. He angrily told his opponent that the words from his teacher had proven useful. The fighter extended his hand forward and summoned his demonic beast. He shouted at his opponent that he would deal with him anyway. C suddenly extended his hand towards the protective dome and shouted to his opponent that he could try. A bright blue beam of light suddenly shot forward and pierced the demonic beast. The demoness screamed sharply and jumped up. A blue thorn struck her paw from below. C stretched out his hand in front of him and commanded forward. There were huge spikes above the protective dome. The little animal looked angrily ahead. Suddenly, a very powerful explosion sounded on the ground and stones flew around. The student stood below the protective dome. He noticed a demonic silhouette with glowing eyes appear from above. The flying demoness viciously released her huge claws and tried to break through the protective cap over the guy. Van, frightened, extended his hand to protect his body. He thought to himself, frightened, that his rival had used a more powerful weapon against him. The student remembered that the main character told him about the method of switching to a different attack. C listened attentively to the teacher. Fan told him that the stronger the imagination, the stronger the ability will be. The demoness looked angrily at the guy and prepared to fight him off. Suddenly, a huge blue monster appeared and decided to bite the demonic beast with its teeth. The huge blue jaws closed and swallowed the demoness inside. Van looked ahead in fear and realized that his demonic beast had been destroyed. Van ran to the side in fear and shouted to the student that he had beaten him. The boy asked excitedly, "Will Class D be able to participate in the ranking competition?" He looked ahead with great anger and displeasure and chuckled loudly. The student looked slyly at his opponent and shouted that he was already defeated. The protagonist hit the student on the back with all his might. He shouted that he deserved to be hit. Van hugged the student and asked who said their guys couldn't beat Class S. The teacher asked the student why they bullied him like that. Shur looked calmly ahead and said to the teacher in a thoughtful voice that Class S was very strong. The protagonist got angry. He told the students that he was very gentle with them. The teacher promised the students that the next training sessions would be more serious. The guy took out a small bottle of purple liquid. He told Xing Yue to come to him. The girl took the bottle in her hands and asked the guy what it was. The fan explained to the student that he was giving her a reward for his previous victory. Yan grabbed the bottle and drained it to the bottom. Fan shouted at the girl to drink a little. Suddenly, the student's hair grew long. The fan shouted at the frightened girl that she had drunk too much. A disgruntled student asked the teacher why he hadn't told her about this before. The fan replied that when he told her, she started drinking everything. The main character told the girl with a smile that she could cut her hair and put it somewhere as a keepsake. Director Diao came up to the side and told the main character that he was very arrogant. Director Diao approached and sternly told the protagonist that he needed to be asked to attend the meeting. The fan was very surprised. He didn't understand why the director personally came to find him. The guy explained to the man with a smile that he had been set up. Lao Lu hadn't told him anything, so he didn't know anything. The warrior told the surprised protagonist that the director had come here to raise his class in the ranking. Dio asked the student in a dissatisfied voice why he dared to refuse to apologize to his father. Fan thought happily to himself that if the entire class got a promotion, it would be better for the students. Out loud, he promised the principal that he would be more attentive in the future. The protagonist slyly told his partner that his class has the opportunity to participate in the S-class ratings. Shan looked sternly at the guy and said that only students from classes S and A can participate in the Class S rankings. The fan answered the man in a thoughtful voice that he wanted to participate no matter what. Shan cunningly told the boy that he should allow all the teachers of Class A to recognize the abilities of Class D. Then he will have the right to participate in the qualifying rounds of Class S. But there is only a week left until the start of the competition. The main character looked slyly at the director and said that 2 competitions needed to be held. Shan explained to this boy in a stern voice that all the teachers of Class A must recognize him. Van explained to the man that in the first round, Class A should send its strongest students to fight. The protagonist said that they would then hold a second round if it was really impossible. The fan demanded that the principal go and immediately find the senior teacher of Class A. As a result, the students would be able to compete in the first round. The protagonist looked sternly at Director Shan and asked, "Does he agree with this?" The fan turned his back and explained to the man that if that was not possible, then they should simply let the class recognize them one by one. Chu shouted joyfully that there was no one from Class A who was faster than him. C shouted confidently that they could fight Class A. A warrior approached from behind and grabbed the protagonist by the shoulder. He reminded Fanu that Class C and Class B had been defeated by them. The warrior was surprised that the protagonist wanted to go after Class A as well. Shan was unhappy because the protagonist wanted to return to Class S after he insulted the principal. He threatened Fanyu that he would fire him if he joked. Diao told the protagonist in a dissatisfied voice that he would believe him this time. Shan anxiously reminded the director that this time there would be a ranking competition between the two schools. Diao turned around with displeasure and asked the man if he was finished. The principal told the students that he would break the rules and allow Class D to take part in Class S's competition. All the students cheered happily. The director put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that he could still help him start all over again. Diao stepped aside and told the guy that he could try leaving some things behind. The fan said to himself in a thoughtful voice that he couldn't leave this. The protagonist stepped aside. He realized that after his family was destroyed in one night, he couldn't just leave. Yan stood near the mirror with scissors. She tried to cut her hair and do her own hairstyle. The girl looked closely at her hair in the mirror and decided to trim it further. Yan lost her patience and dropped the scissors. Her hair clippings were scattered all around on the floor. Two students stood to the side and looked at their girlfriend in surprise. They were having fun. Yan was unhappy with her hairstyle. Jelly yelled at the girl that she had used a hair growth product. The student looked ahead with disappointment. Shah said in an angry voice that the girl had wanted to cut her hair and had made a mistake. Lee replied to his friend that she was very stunned. The protagonist approached from the side. He told the students in a stern voice that he had organized several training sessions today related to the competition. Shah said in a dissatisfied voice that he just wanted salted fish. Lee said in a sad voice that he was ready to do anything for food. Yan told her friends with displeasure that the two of them had no goals. Chu was holding a book in his hands. He said that he wanted to test his strength. Zia was sitting at the table and said that Class S is not that strong. The main character approached the students and demanded in a stern voice that they listen to him. At that moment, a stranger peered into the classroom through the door. Fan turned sharply to the side and glanced at the door. After that, the stranger very quickly disappeared. The protagonist began telling the students that they would be gathering. The stranger peeked through the classroom door again. The fan quickly ran out into the hallway and grabbed the stranger by the head. He asked why he was hiding outside. The guy, in a frightened voice, begged the protagonist not to hit him. The fighter took off his hat from his head and introduced himself to the main character. The main character hit the guest on the head with all his might and shouted that he should have hit him. The fighter asked Fanya in a frightened voice not to hit him. He came here to apologize. The fighter stood up and explained that he was wrong about what happened earlier. He thought a lot about what he was lacking. He realized that he was cultivating poorly. The main character smiled and slyly told his partner that he could correct his mistakes. The guy looked at the main character with hope and asked, "Will he be able to forgive him?" The fan sternly told his partner that he should ask forgiveness from the student he had offended. The main character sternly explained to his partner that he had to pay for it. In the corridor, two guests were sitting on armchairs near the table. One of them was intently reading a book. The purple-haired boy said cheerfully that the principal had agreed to Liu Guan's request. Class D would participate in the Class S ranking competition. The man rested his head thoughtfully on the book. He asked his partner how they were supposed to steal the protagonist's students. Qiao entered the director's office. Shan was sitting at the table at that time. The woman carefully read the document. She said it contained information about Class D quality. The director would have to examine it during the rating competition. The man took the documents in his hands and began to read them. He told the leaving woman that he understood everything. Shan held the paper in his hands. He thought angrily that as soon as the director arrived, he would see how the cooperation specialist would act. The teacher at the board told the students that they would now practice together. They would point out mistakes and be prepared for anything. The guy was carrying a large cardboard box on his shoulders. He was approaching the entrance to the building. The man was combing his voluminous hair and looking in the mirror. He told the loader to use the equipment very carefully. The main character, along with the students, happily looked into the room and said that the equipment was prepared. Liu told the guy in a frightened voice that new training equipment would be ready soon. The protagonist grabbed the man's head with his hand. Fan told the students in a stern voice that they could practice on their own today. He would teach them all tomorrow. The main character waved to the students near the exit. He said that they should practice well. He prepared to leave. Yen told the students in a dissatisfied voice that the main character loses his mind because of romance. The main character turned around and asked the wounded girl if she was okay. Zhu adjusted her eye patch. She told the guy that she would be fine in a few days. They all had to catch up with the competitors. Zheng told his friends in a cheerful voice that they would have a good workout today. Someone approached him from the side. Lu hugged the guy and slyly asked if he was getting ready for a fist fight. He wanted to show him something. The man showed the boy a combat robot called a 3000. It was ideal for solo training. Once connected, the device could detect the opponent's status and suggest the most appropriate fistfighting method for the fighter. The man hit the robot with all his might from above and shouted for it to start working. A girl with red hair passed by. The student said that Class D was training on this side. The stranger in combat gear thoughtfully repeated the words about Class D to herself. Zhang approached and saw a robot standing above him. He happily said that the device had been installed in the most advanced classroom. The guy swung his arm really wide and decided to try to break the robot. Zhang jumped high up. He hit the apparatus with a powerful blow and broke the ceiling. The robot fell down. The guy landed on the floor after a powerful blow. A battered device lay next to him. The student heard someone's voice from the side. He turned around with great excitement. The girl with the big swords came up to the student and told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Zhang was very surprised when he saw a student he already knew next to him. The warrior swung her leg and hit the guy on the arm with all her might. After a powerful blow from the girl, the student rolled back and assumed a fighting stance. He angrily told Hong Yelin not to start fighting so suddenly. Hong reminded the student in a stern voice that she had seen him break the mechanism, so she decided to practice with him. Zhang told his opponent that he couldn't beat him. She just wanted to use him as a punching bag. Hong waved her hand and explained to her partner that everything was fine. She had no intention of using force. Zhang looked at the girl with great displeasure and anger after her words. At this time, the main character was sitting at the table with his girlfriend and drinking tea. They were talking to each other. The girl watched Faniam attentively through binoculars. There were other students next to her. She asked the main character at the table, "Is Class D going to enter Class S's competition?" Fan explained to his partner with a smile that his students are very competitive and that he is confident they will surpass the others. She looked sadly at the guy and said that he would work hard. The girl jumped up. She shouted in a displeased voice that she would wait for the main character in Class S. The students around them were excitedly asking their friend with binoculars what she saw. Jan looked happily ahead and told herself that she had found something interesting. The main character suddenly jumped to his feet and did not understand why she ran away from him. On the same day, in the weapons training room, students practiced fighting against each other. In the arena, a large stone monster fought against a predatory ball with glowing eyes. Yan controlled her huge stone monster and shouted that she would destroy the ball. Lu said in an angry voice that one shouldn't underestimate the power of the robot's mega training equipment. The man commanded the robot to take on a human form with 2 bright wings. He activated the transformation into chunks of stone. The girl watched with excitement as the huge robot fought against the stone monster. Yan looked at the robot with great surprise and said that it had changed shape and become beautiful. A student asked the guy with displeasure why he hadn't taught her a few beautiful summoning spells. The fan told his partner that there was no need. He said that the rock star was handsome too. The student asked the guy what he was doing yesterday afternoon with his girlfriend. Yan threatened the guy in a stern voice that she might spill the beans if she wasn't happy. The main character told himself in a dissatisfied voice that there was nothing special about it. The fan responded to the girl in an angry voice that his student's appeal was not very nice. This was precisely where his work failed. The main character unexpectedly approached the girl and said that he could teach her to summon any creature. Yan explained to the guy that she wanted to learn how to summon dragons. The fan said to the girl in a dissatisfied voice that dragons were creatures from manuals. They were impossible to support. The girl told the teacher that she wanted to learn how to summon something like that. Suddenly, Lee appeared from the side. He shouted at the students that they needed to run. A huge, muscular warrior approached the door. Fan offered to teach the girl how to summon scorpions. Yan replied in a disgruntled voice that these monsters were very ugly. A huge fighter entered the room with a swing and broke through the wall with his body. A stranger entered the room and asked someone to come to him. The fighter had a fish head on his head. He said the Gas King had serious business with the fat man. The main character and his girlfriend were very surprised. A joyful man approached them from behind. He looked angrily at the huge fighter and sternly demanded that he tell him his name. The stranger sternly asked the fighters, "Are they really challenging the king?" He wanted to show them something. The fighter turned around. He had a bright inscription on his back. He said that this was the king's name. The fighter pointed out to the students the glowing inscription on his back and said that they saw the name of the king. The students looked at the stranger from behind in surprise and saw that it was written about a sliding fish. Sia repeated to himself with displeasure about the sliding fish. Or he said to himself in a joyful voice about the dried fish. The stranger demanded that the students answer the king about everything they had learned in their IQ classes. Chu ran up to the fighter and tried to rip his head off. The king shouted that he saw everything and asked the guy, "What is he doing there?" secretly from everyone. The student asked the stranger with displeasure, "Why is he wearing a mask and scaring them all?" He wanted to see what the fighter looked like. Exhausted, Chu fell to the floor. He was unable to remove the mask from the stranger's head. A strange guy approached from the side. He said that the fighter wasn't wearing a mask at all. The guy's name was Gong Yan. He explained with a smile that Gang was a powerful summoning beast. The student sat and held a small box of food in his hands. He prepared to open it. He ate with great appetite. He thought the girl was very strict and he could only eat in secret. Suddenly, the student saw something amazing in front of him. He even dropped his food in surprise. The masked stranger told the surprised student that he was shocked that the king was here. Lee looked at the fighter in surprise. He didn't understand why he was wearing a mask. The student, surprised, threw the bag of dried fish on the ground. The food spilled out. Lee smiled and looked happily at the stranger. He decided to offer him some food. The boy handed the fighter a large amount of fish. The king said that if it was a sacrificial offering, he wouldn't be polite. The fighter took the fish and threw it into his mouth. He shouted that the king was happy. At this time, the gong sat in his chest and ate the food with gusto. The boy consumed the food very happily. It seemed delicious to him. Lee repeated the words about dried fish to himself, very frightened. The king with a mask on his head threw several pieces of fish down to the gunny boy. Gong pointed his hand sternly at the guy in front of him and shouted that he was forcing Gang to eat his own kind. Sia asked his friend how one could provoke salted fish. Lee answered his partner in a surprised voice that it was all a misunderstanding. The fighter told the student in an angry voice that he would forgive him this time, as he had misunderstood him. Sia raised his hand in front of himself in displeasure. He didn't understand why the salted fish glowed like that. The fighter stood motionless. Gun looked ahead with displeasure, but couldn't understand why something was missing. The guy turned around and shouted that they were being bullied. He demanded that the gang hit the student. The fighter knelt down and explained to the guy that people get hurt during a fight. The gun folded his hands in front of him. He asked the fighter for forgiveness, with tears in his eyes. Gan stopped and thought. He looked at his little friend. After a short pause, the fighter said in a menacing voice that he couldn't just leave it. Gan approached the students. He shouted in an angry voice that they should teach them a lesson. The girl at the board told the students to open their books. She explained that they were now going to study a new summoning beast named Gan. The student showed a drawing on the board. The front and back sides of Gan had eyes. The girl explained from the drawing that Gan could see around him with his eyes. Therefore, it was impossible to use tricks around him. The student explained that the fish's head can't turn. It can only oscillate from front to back. It's best to attack this fighter from the side. The girl came to her senses and said in a disgruntled voice that her official show was here. She demanded to be returned to the main stage. Gang glared at the students and said that all of Xiaoyang's requests were law for him. Xia sternly demanded that the fighter teach the stupid child a lesson after they dealt with him. The gun pointed his hand at the student in fear and demanded that the gun teach him a lesson. The fighter raised his hand above his head and a blue cloud appeared above him. He shouted to the guy that he was about to feel his deep-sea bomb. Xia raised his hand in front of him. He activated summoning protective magic. The fighter launched a huge blue ball at the student. Xia was located below the protective dome. The huge blue ball crashed into the protective dome after its flight and scattered around it. He told his frightened friend in an angry voice that this was just a tactic. He promised to treat him later. The student spread his arms wide. He decided to use a new extreme attack magic. Magic blades began to descend on him. The protagonist thought with excitement that the student had turned the entire barrier into fish sticks. He thought that Xia was very arrogant. Xia launched magical blue blades at his opponent. He shouted that salted fish would turn into dried fish. Gan glared at his opponent and shouted that he agreed. The fighter raised his leg and prepared to step forward. The warrior stepped forward with his foot. At that moment, a flying blue blade crashed into the ground next to him. Suddenly, some kind of swirls began around Gao. A student stood nearby and looked at him in surprise. Gao grabbed a huge predatory fish in his hands. He shouted to the student that he would try it now. Bright blue streams continued to rage around Gao. Xia stood to the side and watched him closely. The fighter grabbed a huge fish in his hands and prepared to use it to attack his opponent. Gao swung the huge fish with all his might and hit the surprised student on the head. Xia screamed loudly. After Gao's blow, he flew far to the side. Chu ran up from the side and tried to help his friend get up. Xia was unconscious. Chu grabbed his friend from behind, frightened, and asked if everything was okay with him. Gao extended his hands forward and prepared to use a depth charge on the guy. Chu looked sternly at his opponent and said that he also wanted to test his new skills. The student fell headfirst from a height, surrounded by huge blue jets of water. The guy flew up and prepared for the attack. There was a bright red glow around him. Gao looked straight up and said that the king's eyes are not an adornment. It would be useless to deceive. Chu, in flight, thought that he hadn't intended to cheat. A bright red ball began to glow under his feet. The student kicked the ball with all his might with both feet, and a bright explosion was heard above Gao's head. The main character thought very happily that the student had learned attack magic. Chu landed on the ground after the attack. A fighter landed behind him. Gao stood silently, a small amount of smoke emanating from him. Chu was kneeling behind him. Suddenly, Gao's head turned red and hot. Smoke continued to come from him. The student sat nearby and suspected nothing. Chu turned around in displeasure and shouted that he had used all his power. The burning Gao shouted that he was very hot and that he would burn alive. The fighter acknowledged the guy's victory. The student looked angrily at his opponent and chuckled with displeasure. Gong held a small dried fish in his hand and looked at it. Gun was very irritated. The main character stood opposite him and looked at him. The fighter squeezed the fish in his hands and shouted at the students that they were very hateful. Gun shouted in a dissatisfied voice that the guy had given Gun some dried fish and wanted to turn him into a grilled fish. The protagonist pointed at the guy and told him to be calm. He used the master worship skill on Gona. Gun fell to his knees in front of the protagonist in fear. He was holding a small fish in his hands. The protagonist bowed and slyly told the guy to calm down. There was no need to apologize like that. Gun angrily shouted at his partner that he was just having cramps. The guy got scared. He couldn't understand why he started having convulsions just from standing. Gun was very scared. He realized that all this could have been a ghost. The guy quickly ran to the side, shouting as he went to the protagonist that he would make him pay next time. Gun ran to the door at full speed. He thought that he had to take revenge. The guy ran up at full speed and crashed into some huge stranger. The gun stopped and asked the thug in fear, "Is he really blind?" Chu was deep in thought. The protagonist asked his friend, "What is he thinking about?" Chu said in a thoughtful voice that the fish head was hiding its true power. Gun joyfully ran into the office and shouted to the students that he was back. A healthy warrior stood next to him. The boy said in an angry voice that this time he had bought himself a stronger older brother. The boy shouted to the fighter that those who had bullied him were in this place. He demanded that Tian Yang hit them all. Chu and his friends stood and looked ahead with great fear. Yan thought deeply. She imagined that the fish could turn into the fighter's head. The girl glanced at the little chick. She imagined how the fighter's head could be the head of a large yellow bird. Yan thought to herself that strange things bring more trouble. The beaten guy looked at the main character in surprise and said that he had come to him for training. Fan and Chu asked their partner with concern what had happened to his face. The guest told him with a smile that he had been careless during training the previous day. The protagonist replied that he had gotten lazy again. A Hun stood to the side, looking and listening in amazement to the guy's conversation with the main character. The student sat and slowly consumed the food he held in his hands. Yan cheerfully told the students that they had also come here to relax. Shu was dissatisfied with her constant bad luck lately. Li looked at the girl Shu with suspicion. He didn't understand what she had been practicing lately. Jan leaned over to her friend and told her that if she wanted to see, she could try. A student sat on the sofa to the side, watching everything closely. Zui turned to her friend with displeasure and asked if she had finished her performance. Hui removed the bandage from her eye. After that, her eye glowed with a bright blue light. Yang said in a stern voice that she was still practicing low-level summoning. Wang informed her that she would continue to do so until her luck summoning was strengthened. Li looked at his girlfriend in surprise and shouted to her that she was practicing the basics. Li looked at the student and said that this was her wish. Jan told the student to come to her. The guy screamed very menacingly, and a bright glow appeared around him. Li continued to shout loudly and menacingly. A laughing girl stood next to him. The student continued to shout. Yang looked at him with displeasure. Zhui sat to the side and watched all this. Li looked slyly at his girlfriend and asked, "Is this really that cool?" Jan got angry. She squeezed the glass with all her strength and sternly asked the guy, "Is he really making fun of her?" Zhu drank a drink from a glass and asked her friend if she had met Tian Yang recently. Yan excitedly told her partner that the main character had taken Tianya. The main character at the door told the student that all of this was some kind of special training. Fan strictly demanded that the student look after Tia Yang for him. The fighter sat in a meditative pose. He told the protagonist in a disgruntled voice that he was becoming more and more of a bandit. The fan responded very angrily to the guy that he shouldn't praise him like that. The warrior asked the protagonist if he remembered the rules of the S-class rating competition. The protagonist said with excitement that dirty fighting is used to accumulate points. The fighter told his partner in a stern voice that the school would send several teachers this year to eliminate the students from the competition. If the students defeated the teachers, the score would double. The losing teacher would be demoted. The fan looked slyly at the fighter and said that he should be merciful to his students. The warrior said in his very stern voice that he would not participate in this. If he joined, the competition would end very quickly. The fighter told the protagonist in a serious voice that he should join. The main character was very surprised and amazed when he heard such words from his partner. There were a lot of people at the airport. A huge plane landed in front of them. Guests at the airport were told to line up before the introductory part began. The girl was excited. She repeated to herself that she should not rush. Suddenly the guest stumbled and began to fall forward. The old man extended his hand to her to help. The master with the staff told the girl to be careful. He caught her with his hand so that she would not fall. The old man looked closely at the stranger and asked if everything was okay with her. The girl answered the stranger in a shy voice that she was fine. She stood to the side, surprised. The girl looked at the old man with excitement and shouted that this was Huang Tai-chi. He was one of the 6 elders. The girl excitedly told her friend that an accident had occurred in the Ning family. Now only 5 elders remained. Mr. Ning was transferred to Class D because he no longer had a patron. The protagonist looked away. The student council chairman Juan was getting ready to speak. An old man at the podium explained the details of the upcoming competition to the guests and how points would be awarded. The last 20 people to survive the competition would be students from the 8th grade. 5 teachers would also be participating in the competition this year. If someone manages to eliminate a teacher, the score would be doubled. Juan looked sternly at the students and said that the defeated teacher would be disqualified. After that, he blessed the participants. The moderator invited Ms. Wen to speak on behalf of the 5 participating teachers. The old man was surprised when he saw the main character in front of him. Fan joyfully greeted Mr. Tazi. The master glanced at the protagonist and said he looked more skilled. This time, Fan would be one of the 5 participants' teachers. The protagonist told the old man that he was chosen because he was a special case of Class D. Ven finished speaking. She demanded that the teacher of each class thoroughly prepare for the start of the competition. Juan told the boy that after this test he could return to Class S and blessed him. The protagonist looked sternly ahead and said that he would try his best. Suddenly someone came up from the side and grabbed Fanya. The guy turned around with displeasure. Ouyang angrily asked the protagonist, "Does he really dream of returning to Class S?" The protagonist used the skill of worshipping the famous teacher against Ouyang. The guy suddenly slipped and caught one foot on the other. After this, Ouyang suddenly fell down in a bow before the main character. Fan laughed very loudly and cheerfully. Ouyang stood behind him, surprised and unable to understand what had happened. At that moment, a helicopter flew up from above. The presenter from the helicopter shouted into the microphone that the competition was about to begin. A man leaned out of the helicopter and shouted that Zhao Wenlong would be broadcasting the competition. The students began to board the plane. They were supposed to go to the competition site. The host shouted to the guests that all participants would be sent to a competition on another island. The teacher told the guests via video broadcast that the competition was about to begin. He was eagerly awaiting what would happen this year. The host leaned out of the helicopter and asked the guests if they could see in front of them. The helicopter was approaching another island. It had green vegetation and a high mountain. The host looked up and informed the guests that plane number 1 had arrived. Soon all the players would be entering the arena. The plane's ramp began to open and the participants were supposed to exit. Ouyang approached the exit of the plane and prepared to jump down. The guy told his colleagues that there was no time limit. The game ends when the last 20 players remain. Ouyang told the students that rescuers had been prepared on the island. If a participant is eliminated or wants to admit defeat, they must send a distress signal. The students cheerfully and unanimously answered Ouyang that they understood everything. Behind them stood the surprised protagonist. The guy jumped out of the flying plane and shouted forward. Other participants started jumping after him. The fan looked thoughtfully ahead and said that he never thought that this would happen in this situation. Lee, frightened, grabbed the pipe on the wing of the plane with his hands and shouted that he was afraid of heights and couldn't jump. The presenter looked in front of him in surprise and said that one student from Class D wants to give up. The main character looked angrily at the student and shouted that he wanted to help him. A fan came up from behind and kicked the student with all his might. He started to fall down. A frightened Lee flew from a great height of the plane to the ground. He screamed very loudly. The presenter shouted in surprise that the main character hates his own student. The fan waved after the falling student and shouted at him not to forget to open his umbrella. The host watched as the participants jumped from the plane with parachutes. He shouted that the students from plane number 2 were ready to join the competition. The participants jumped out of the plane and flew down. The host loudly shouted that 3 former S-class players could get a good rating. The man shouted that all the students had jumped out of the second plane, but there was still one person left inside. The girl continued to sit on the plane. Next to her stood a backpack and a weapon. The host shouted that the last champion was on the plane. Hong Ling was already too late to enter the arena. Hong yawned very tiredly and said in a dissatisfied voice that it was very noisy around her. The presenter held the microphone in his hands and watched the girl's actions very carefully. Hong accelerated and jumped out of the plane with a gun in her hands. The host shouted that the girl had finally come out. Hong jumped out of the plane's steps, but didn't take her bag with her umbrella. She was holding only a gun in her hands. Sun and another fighter watched the flying girl closely. There was a bright red glow next to them. Hong used her blade to quickly strike down the other participants in flight. Scared after jumping from a plane, he landed in a tree. The most dangerous place turned out to be safe for him. Woo-young continued to joyfully parachute from the plane. He shouted that this time he would definitely win. The guy shouted angrily that he had formed the strongest group this time. He didn't notice how someone flew up to his parachute from above. Hong, during a successful attack, damaged the parachutes of other participants with very fast blows. Woo-young looked up in surprise. He didn't understand what that sound was. At that moment, a girl flew up to him from the side. The guy started falling sharply without a parachute. He didn't understand what had happened. The guy extended his hand forward, and there was a purple glow near it. He decided to use his special plan. Woo-young created a huge flying magical eagle and landed on its back. The host watched the contestants through a drone. He shouted that they would continue to watch the contestant, Lin. The girl was descending from a great height onto a mountain. If she couldn't land safely, she would be eliminated. Hong descended from her heights and reached out to grab the blade from behind her back. A bright red explosion was heard on the ground, followed by stones flying into the air in the girl's direction. Hong jumped very carefully from stone to stone and landed on the ground. Hong landed confidently and successfully on the ground. After that, she became the student with the highest score. The host glanced at the contestant and said in a cheerful voice that he was interested in what kind of performance she would give next. He was really looking forward to it. Hong was very tired and fell to the ground, spreading her arms out to the sides. She forgot her bag with an umbrella. The spectators stood and looked with great excitement at the girl lying on the ground. The presenter wanted to watch the broadcast from other video cameras with great interest. The presenter saw from a drone how the students were running along the ground after the main character. Fan ran at full speed. The host shouted that Mr. Ning from Class D is the lowest-ranked teacher. The guy told the fighters on the run that he would stop the main character. The others were supposed to surround him. The participant extended his hand forward and fire came out of it. He activated the explosion. The participant caused a very powerful explosion and huge stones fell on the main character from above. Fan calmly extended his arms forward while walking and was able to fight off the falling rocks. The fighter extended his spear towards the guy and shouted for him to stop. The student in glasses told the main character that he was surrounded and demanded that the fan hand over points for them. The fan was unhappy with the participant's behavior. He himself simply wanted to maintain some trust. The main character extended his hand forward and shouted to the students that they were the ones being surrounded. The participants found themselves surrounded by a pillar of fire. They shouted that they were very hot. The student on fire told his colleagues in a frightened voice that they had to finish here. The protagonist pointed his finger forward and activated the dispersal command. The fire gradually grew brighter. The students were completely consumed by the flames. The protagonist was surprised to see how the participants surrounded themselves with a water shield and fought off the fire. Gun sat next to his fighter, Gan, and told him that this was a disgrace to the participants. The fighter tried to persuade the boy not to say bad words about odnoklasniki. The gun looked angrily at the main character from afar and greeted him. The goon sat on his fighter's shoulder and greeted the main character in a cunning voice. Fan glanced at the boy and remembered that they hadn't fought for 3 days. He decided that Gun was swimming again. The boy told the main character in a dissatisfied voice that he was unlucky today. The fighter told his friends with weapons that they should protect themselves and join him in the fight against the Phenem. The guy commanded his subordinates in a stern voice not to wait for anything and to move forward. For them, this was a chance to double the score. Gao told the boy that it would be very bad if so many of them bullied him. Gong angrily reminded the fighter that they had been humiliated many times and needed to take revenge. The main character told the guys in a displeased voice to attack together. He was in a hurry. Gong pointed his finger at Fan and in a stern voice demanded that the fighters finish him off. The participants surrounded the protagonist. Gong commanded the fighters to kill Fan. The protagonist extended his hand forward and used his bow skill against his opponents. They all fell to their knees. The students all fell down in a deep bow. They didn't understand what was happening to them. The student in glasses looked ahead in fear. He didn't understand what kind of ability this was. The main character extended his arms to the sides and sternly demanded that the fighters stand up. Gong looked sternly at Fan from the side and thought that this was all a very strange move. The boy angrily asked the soldiers why they were kneeling in front of the teacher. The participant jumped to his feet and shouted to his subordinates that they now had to be serious. Fan raised his finger. He shouted at his opponents that if they hadn't given up yet, there was no other way out. He used a bow to a famous teacher against the students. The main character angrily shouted at the soldiers to look at him. All 3 participants were scared. They looked at the main character with great fear. A drone was flying over the mountain valley. At that moment, a loud explosion was heard on the ground. Long said into the microphone in a thoughtful voice that the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The main character stood at the site of the explosion. 3 participants continued to kneel next to him. The students were scared. One of them shouted that his knees hurt. The leader shouted that Class A was eliminated. The fan remembered the boy and thought that this guy took advantage of the opportunity to escape. 2 students stood in the forest on a green lawn. Bodies lay next to them. C glanced away with displeasure. He said that all the entries were very absurd. The participants were not his opponents. Chu replied to his friend that he didn't know how his classmates were now. At that moment, a bright light suddenly appeared in the treetops. An unfamiliar girl sat with a brush and looked angrily at the students on the lawn. The artist was drawing something in her notebook with a brush. She said she had been inspired to write new works. The girl drew a large hieroglyph on a piece of paper with a brush. The stranger hung hieroglyphs on a tree and a stone. The students didn't notice them. He stopped. He asked his friend with displeasure what he was doing. Chu turned around and told the student with great excitement that they had fallen under the spell of others. A group of students walked across the magical lawn in amazement. They saw bright treats and red hearts everywhere. The students walked with admiration across the green lawn and looked at the red flowers in the shape of hearts. C said with admiration that there is such a place on this island. Chu looked at the flower and excitedly replied that it was all because of the power of Char. The student looked around the lawn with great admiration and said that everything was magnificent. The guy suddenly saw something suspicious in front of him. He looked at it for a long time and carefully. The student pointed his finger at the sky in a frightened voice and said that the heart was getting bigger. The artist sat to the side holding a brush. She told the boys it was a gift for them. A huge red heart suddenly fell from a height onto the lawn. He looked at the fallen heart. He raised a finger in front of him and purred quietly. The red heart on the lawn suddenly began to crack and fall apart. The big heart suddenly shattered into large pieces, revealing a large blue finger inside. The girl from the pink haze shouted at the student with displeasure that he was a fool. The guy told his friends that they had to go. The girl asked him angrily, "What's wrong with his face?" The stranger asked the frightened boy who he was. The students suddenly felt weak in their legs and fell to their knees. Fan was standing behind them. The protagonist couldn't understand why so many students were bothering him. He decided to find Zhang Tian to help him. The host watched the events unfold from a drone. He shouted that a fan had broken the participants' knees with a mysterious spell. The main character stood and looked attentively at the mountain. He heard some noise in front. The protagonist turned to the side with great interest. He did not understand what sounds he heard. The main character looked ahead with interest and saw a frightened van running out of the forest. The frightened student ran at full speed and shouted at the guy to move aside. The main character suddenly extended his leg forward and tripped the running student. The van fell to the ground at full speed after being tripped by the main character. The student stood up and angrily asked the main character what he was doing. The students were frightened. They saw a huge demonic bear emerge from the forest. A beaten knight lay on the ground in front of it. The drone observed everything that was happening. The presenter said that the blazing bear became an advanced Warcraft player. The predator glared at the people. The host sternly said, "Now let's see if Mr. Ning can break the bear's kneecap." The demonic predator reached forward and crushed the drone with it. The protagonist extended his hand forward and activated a high-pressure flamethrower for protection. A very powerful stream of water appeared. It knocked the bear down and he fell to the ground. The evil predator lay unconscious on the green grass near the protagonist's feet. The protagonist angrily told Vanya not to leave. He wanted to ask him something else. The protagonist demanded that the student tell him where Tian Yang was. In exchange, he promised to let him go. Wang said in a dissatisfied voice that he had seen a man with a turtle shell and one who flew. He himself had not harmed any of Fawn's disciples. The guy said that both participants were affiliated with Class A. This student was very strong, and he didn't want to fight him. The protagonist asked his partner, why was he so afraid of this opponent? Van said that this guy was a good candidate for the title of champion this year. He had just studied him. Charms require their creator to also maintain them. He said in a stern voice that to break the spell, the people who created it must be driven out. They must be found. Van told the surprised protagonist in a stern voice that he needed to find a position. A stranger controlled 2 participants in the competition with strings. She used spiritual spells of interweaving. Once upon a time, in a certain kingdom, there lived a ruler. There were green trees around the castle. The queen had a magic mirror and she was constantly asking it something. The queen asked the mirror who was the most beautiful woman in the world. The mirror answered that she was the best. One day the mirror answered the ruler that her hair was as black as wood. The mirror told the surprised queen that her lips were as red as blood. The mirror informed the dissatisfied owner that her skin was as white as snow. The most beautiful woman turned out to be Princess Snow White, named Chu Fen. The queen was very angry. She looked angrily at Snow White in the mirror. The ruler turned into an old woman and approached Snow White's house in the forest. The old woman came to the forest where Snow White lived. She handed her a red apple. Snow White ate the poisoned apple and fell dead on the floor of the hut. The gnomes learned that their mistress had been poisoned and lost consciousness. The dwarves found a handsome prince. He had to kiss the princess to wake her up. This prince's name was Xia Tiange. The prince approached the unconscious princess's bed and prepared to kiss her. He leaned over to the princess and prepared to kiss her. He closed his eyes. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and looked in front of her at the prince. The princess turned out to be a ghost. The boy wanted to get up and hit his head on the prince's. She noticed with great surprise that Chu Feng was lying on the bed in front of him. Chu lay unconscious after being hit on the head. Si told his friend that it was he who hit him. Si lifted his unconscious friend. He angrily demanded that Chu wake up quickly. The girl continued to paint the fairy tale with her brush. She said that if the boy woke up, it meant he still had strength. A girl with long white hair sat in a high tower. The prince was passing through the forest and heard her singing in that tower. The voice of a beautiful and long-haired girl attracted the attention of Prince Se. The guy felt dissatisfied. He realized that all this was happening again. The prince approached the high tower and demanded that the princess let down her long hair to him. The princess was sitting on top of the tower, and she was completely covered in hair. She didn't know how to deal with it. The prince slowly climbed the wall. He prepared to climb up and help the girl. Si climbed up the tower and shouted to the princess that they must find the sorcerer. The stranger sat and continued painting with a brush. She said with displeasure that this ideal love story should not be rejected. A little more inspiration was needed. The girl drew two guys, and there were bright red flowers next to them. The main character quietly approached the girl from behind and asked what she was drawing. The artist in the tree got very scared and started falling down from a height. The frightened girl jumped to her feet. She looked at the main character with displeasure. The fan glanced at the student and thanked her with a smile for taking care of his students. The protagonist turned around and asked his friend if he had fought a sorcerer before. Xia turned around with great surprise and realized that Mr. Ning was standing next to him. The frightened princess stretched out her hand and looked ahead. Xi stood to the side next to the princess, who had her hair wrapped up. The protagonist asked the student if he had fought a sorcerer before. The guy sat down next to the princess and said with surprise that it was true. He was very quickly transported into real life. His friend Chu was sitting on a stone in front of him. The main character shouted that he understood. The fan turned around and said it looked like he couldn't shoot the guy. The artist screamed in a frightened voice that the student couldn't notice her right now. Si jumped to his feet and shouted that he needed to get to the envoy of Char. The student looked at him in fear. The student raised his hands and activated a blue protective dome above himself. He shouted that it would be good if they all took off. The stranger looked ahead in fear and said that she still liked all of this. The helicopter flew over the green lawn, unable to reach the students on the ground. Under the protective dome, the battle looked intense. There was a very loud explosion. The girl was thrown far to the side over the forest. The girl flew back after the powerful attack and landed near a tree. The stranger grabbed her magic notebook with all her might. She needed to do everything quickly before the enchantment wore off. Suddenly, lightning flew from the side and knocked the notebook out of the girl's hands. Chu grabbed the girl's album during the flight and said that she would not be able to use enchantment without it. Chu flew up with the notebook. The girl screamed in fright that her glasses were missing. He came up to the girl and looked sternly at her. He shouted that he had finally caught her. The student sat on the ground and looked ahead in fear. The guy told her that she had to pay now. The girl was very scared. She looked at the student with tears in her eyes. The student covered herself with her hand in fear and shouted at the guy not to hit her. He told the girl in a soothing voice that she should give in. He didn't want to hit her. The girl glared at the guy and shouted that she wouldn't give up. She picked up the magic piece of paper with the spells. The student activated the spell and the boys were blown back by a bright pink flash. Hearts appeared around them. The student looked ahead with displeasure and realized that the girl had used a spell against them again. The main character cast a spell with his hand and extended it towards the student. Fan waved his hand in front of him carefully and said that he had broken the spell. The main character turned around carefully and asked the student, "Where is the girl?" He said in a dreamy voice that the girl was frightened by his aura and disappeared into thin air. The protagonist waved to his friend and explained that they needed to find Zhen Tian and the others. The protagonist continued to hold his hand outstretched. He walked back to the student. The fan hit the guy from behind with his hand. He asked him sternly, "Is he really making fun of him?" The leader flew over the mountains on the back of his friend, with a helicopter following them from the side. The presenter said in an excited voice that everything looked as if Mr. Nin had gathered the students. The presenter shouted that they should thank the students for the unique opportunity to escape. People watched him on the TV screen. The man suggested taking a look at the other teachers. He was curious what would happen if they interfered with the game. He opened an image of the map on the computer. The presenter saw chopped down trees and human bodies in the forest. He said in a thoughtful voice that this trail could be false. The man saw a huge monster holding a beaten student in its arms. The presenter excitedly announced that Zhou Tian was evolving into a Class A training system. 2 teachers were standing in the mountains. They lost their students. The students' bodies lay on the ground. Wu Yang approached teacher Ma Yi and asked where the main character was. Shan turned to the guy and said that it was a big coincidence. He was also looking for Fan. Li sat in a tree, very frightened. A huge predatory bear was sleeping on the ground next to him. The boy carefully jumped out of the tree and fell to the ground. He covered his head with his hands. Li lay frightened on the ground. He carefully watched the bear lying nearby. The student felt safe and decided to calmly leave the place. The boy stepped forward and accidentally stepped on a rubber duck, which screamed loudly. Li screamed in great fright when he realized that the toy under his foot began to squeak. A huge, evil predator with burning eyes stood behind the frightened guy. Li, very frightened, turned back and said in a trembling voice that he needed to speak slowly. The drone flew over the dense forest and closely monitored everything that was happening below. Participant Jen lay on the ground, shielded by 2 trees. He said in a cunning voice that he was the most honest person there was. Shi came up from the side and picked up a large stick. He was ready to hit the lying student. The predatory bear swung with all its might and hit the student with its paw. He flew far to the side. After a very strong blow from the bear, he flew to the side and hit the mountain. The student stood up after the powerful blow upon landing and began to come to his senses. Shi beat Jen with a stick and shouted in a loud voice that he was very fat. The bear swung his paw with all his might and hit the frightened Li with his paw. The guy looked happily at his friend and shouted that he was very fat. Li smiled back at his friend and shouted that he was very thin. 2 guys rushed forward at the same time and hit each other with their heads in midair. 2 students hit their heads hard after the jump and fell to the ground unconscious. The huge bear swung his paw and prepared to hit the lying students with all his might. The boy suddenly raised his hand forward and fought off the predator's attack. He broke one of the bear's claws. The predator was very angry. After attacking the guy, one of his paws flew off. Shai extended his hand forward and healed his friend's head with it. He told him that they had agreed to jump with a parachute together. He spent a lot of time trying to find Li. A huge and predatory snake fought against a large robot. It rushed to attack it. The robot grabbed the predator with its paws and began to crush her with all its force. The robot was crushing the snake with all its might in its hands. It was controlled by a girl who stood on top of its head. Yan glared at her opponent and said that he should see the world and her huge statues that she trains. The girl gave the command and the robot began to transform. At that moment, the snake coiled around it. Suddenly, a large bolt of lightning came from the side and cut off the snake's head. Yan looked ahead with great fear. She didn't expect anyone to attack the snake. The girl noticed with surprise how the predator in front of her turned to ashes. The guy landed behind the girl. He asked her, "Is she really summoning at a low level?" A huge mutant monster appeared from the side. It had a large blade at its back. Van told the girl in a didactic voice that the teacher should disappear and not climb to the top. His weakness was obvious. Yan told her partner in a dissatisfied voice that they had to kill the beast first. The monster prepared to take out a huge sword and strike the robot in front of him. The mutant swung his huge blade wide and prepared to hit his opponent with it. The robot extended its steel arm forward and was able to defend itself from the mutant's sword strike. After this, the fighter swung the blade in his hand and tried to hit the monster from the side. The mutant with glowing eyes put his paw forward and was able to grab the huge blade in the robot's hand. Yan looked slyly ahead and said that now was the best time to test her new secret weapon. The girl reached into her pocket and took out several ampules to use in battle. Yan swung her arms and launched glass ampules in front of her at her opponent. The glass pieces hit the monster's head at full speed and exploded next to him. The monster stared angrily ahead. At that moment, a stone golem appeared next to him. The stone fighters attacked the mutant in the face with bright lightning bolts. He screamed very angrily. The monster growled very angrily and loudly. He grabbed his face with his hands. The girl extended her hand forward. She ordered the robot to finish off the mutant. The monster kept making mistakes. Van shouted angrily at his opponent that she had decided that both fighters were the same. The mutant thought the girl had almost touched his energy. He grabbed his head with his hand. The warrior grabbed the blade with his hand and hit the robot on the head with all his might. There was a girl there. After the attack, Yan fell headfirst from a great height. The robot shattered into pieces. The girl was flying down from a great height. She felt clumps of her hair fall off. Yan looked ahead in fear and noticed how pieces of hair and broken ampules were falling on her from above. The chick flew up in flight and grabbed the hair with its beak. The girl thought that her hen had decided to eat the hare. The chick began to carefully absorb its owner's hair. After this, its body began to glow brightly. A very bright yellow explosion resounded in the sky between the fighters. Everything around sparkled. Van looked ahead with excitement. He could not understand how all this could be possible. A bright explosion shone in the sky. Rays of light flew around. The monster covered his face with his hands. Van covered his face with his hand in great fear and said that it was evolving. The girl was floating in the air. A large chick picked her up on a huge yellow wing. Yan flew across the sky. She lay on a huge fluffy and yellow wing. Van shouted at the monster to kill his opponent and not leave him any chance. The evil mutant swung his huge sword and prepared to finish off the robot. Suddenly, a huge chick flew up from the side and stopped the mutant's blade strike. The chick flew up to the big sword and bit off a piece from the side with its big beak. The chick, in flight, bit through a large steel blade with its enormous beak. Yan looked at her pet with excitement and thought that he hadn't changed much. The girl extended her hand forward and a blue glow emanated from it. She decided to address the chick. The owner pointed sternly forward and demanded that the chick fight. She flew above in a drone. The mutant, his eyes glowing, held the fragment of his blade in his hands. He prepared to fight further. Yan flew above the ground. The monster with the weapon stood and looked at her. Van said to himself in surprise at the huge body. He decided that his strength had been lost. The chick suddenly flew back to the monster and prepared to attack him from behind. The chick flew up behind the monster and hit him in the back with all its might with its paws. Van looked ahead with displeasure. He didn't understand what that sound was. The guy looked at his huge beast with fear. The mutant could barely stand on its feet. The chick finished off the monster with its paws and it fell to the ground. As a result, Jiang Qi Li was eliminated. Yan flew up to the chick and sternly demanded that he stop being arrogant. They hadn't found the teacher and therefore couldn't give the rival a chance to escape. Xia flew over the mountains on a small hang glider. He asked his friends, "Could this be the energy of the summoned being Shui Yue?" Chu shouted to the protagonist on his back that they could help. Fan turned to his friend and said that he was capable of doing it himself. He was more worried about Zhang Tianyan. The teachers in the class might have problems with this guy. Ouyang approached the student and asked if he had met the main character. Gun glared at his partners and said it was all just a coincidence. There was someone's body stuck in the wall behind him. The boy smiled happily at the students and said that he was also looking for Fanya. A girl wandered alone among the ruins of the building, listening attentively. Hong walked carefully near the broken window. The sun was shining on her from the street. The girl walked slowly and looked ahead. She didn't expect that someone could attack her. Zhang gestured to his girlfriend from around the corner. Shui glanced at her friend and prepared to use magic. Suddenly, a huge piece of ice appeared on top of the girl. It fell from above. Hong sensed the danger in time. She used her blade to cut the ice into many pieces. A guy appeared above the girl and flew towards her. He swung his arm to strike. The participants suddenly jumped up and dodged Zhang's attack. The guy stood and watched in surprise as the girl from above swung her arm to strike. The main character suddenly flew up from the side and blocked the girl's blow with his hand. The fan raised his hand above his head. He shouted at the girl to stop. The protagonist screamed loudly. His arm hurt badly. The girl sternly asked how Mr. Lin could be normal after he stuck a sword inside himself. Hong looked sternly and intently at the guy and called the teacher by name. Two guys flew up to a large broken building and landed near the window. Chu came through the window. He told his friend that perhaps Mr. should come here. Sei looked intently ahead and asked angrily, "Where are the enemies?" Chu heard something suspicious to the side. He turned intently there. The girl stood opposite the protagonist. Chu asked discontentedly, "What happened?" Sei couldn't understand where the enemies in the battle were. The main character angrily demanded that the girl stop staring at him. Shui asked her friend if everything was okay. Zhang told the girl that the guy arrived on time. Si asked his friend what kind of girl was in front of him. He reminded him that he had been a student in the same class in the past. Zhang said in a thoughtful voice that Yin Lin was the protagonist's old disciple. The girl angrily told the protagonist that no one had taught her since he left. Fan apologized to his partner for bothering him. Shan looked at the protagonist with displeasure and asked why he hadn't gotten an instructor. Ouyang said in an angry voice that the mad teacher got along well with the mad student. The protagonist turned around and angrily told the guests that they cannot harm Zhen Tianyan. Ouyang looked at the protagonist with great displeasure. He was surprised by his words. Ouyang shouted to his partner that he didn't understand what he said. Large tentacles appeared next to him. The guy shouted to the main character that they had come to grab him. He attacked him with his tentacles. C jumped forward and activated a magical protective dome against the tentacles. The student was surprised to see the tentacles fall onto his protective dome. He noticed with fright that the tentacles had begun to suck his strength out. Shan ran up from the side. He hit the student from below with all his strength with his hand. The man's hand began to glow brightly. He prepared to attack the guy further. The protagonist ran up from the side and protected the student from the man's attack with his body. He demanded that Chu leave Jitian alone. The main character angrily demanded that the man kneel before him and apologize for harming the student. The very surprised Shan fell to his knees in fear in front of the guy. The protagonist raised his finger. He demanded that Uyan bow before him. The guy at the side extended his hand forward and said that all of this was true. The system gave the frightened owner an error message. The protagonist extended his hand forward and was surprised. The system informed the surprised owner that someone had broken into it. It took 1 day to fix the problem. Uyang pointed his hand forward and demanded that his tentacles attack the protagonist. Fan walked calmly forward. At that moment, predatory tentacles attacked him from behind. The girl grabbed her huge blade and very quickly chopped the predatory tentacles into pieces. Uyang asked his partner in a dissatisfied voice, "Did she really attack her teacher?" The protagonist hid behind the girl. Hong replied to her partner that the crazy student always wants to match the crazy teacher.